Good morning, it's 8 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. The UAE has confirmed stable prices and sufficient supply of essential goods. Economy Minister Abdullah bin Tuqal Mari has reassured the public during a field visit in Abu Dhabi. He said the country has strong and flexible supply chains. These ensure the availability of food and other key products in local markets. Officials say the UAE is closely monitoring market conditions and they are committed to maintaining price stability in line with global developments. The report adds that strategic reserves remain strong. Authorities are ready to handle different scenarios to ensure uninterrupted supply. Business and industry leaders say national companies are playing a key role. They are helping maintain supply chains and market stability across the country. Dubai's Knowledge and Human Development Authority has opened applications for new student program. The Emirates News Agency says the third cohort of the Dubai Distinguished Students Program is now open for the 2026 to 27 academic year. A total of about 330 scholarships will be offered. They will cover 50% of tuition fees at selected private schools. The program is open to high-achieving Emirati students from grade 1 to grade 10. And it includes schools offerings in UK, US, and the IB curricula. KHDA offers over 300 scholarships for Emirati students, with applications open from March 31st to April 14 through the KHDA website. Officials say the initiative aims to expand access to quality education and support future national talent. Dubai South has welcomed a new healthcare logistics facility, and the facility is the healthcare logistics company Hellman Caliber opened a new distribution center of the logistics district. The company now operates 5 distribution centers across the UAE and strengthens its regional healthcare supply network. Officials say the new facility is designed to handle temperature-sensitive medical products. It also supports the safe storage of specialized and hazardous goods. Authorities say the move reflects the growing demand for advanced healthcare logistics in the region. It also reinforces Dubai's role as a global logistics hub. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
It's the morning drive at Mira Business FM. Next, we're talking digital defense. Here is a recent headline: UAE hit by 700,000 cyber attacks every day. Is your business at risk? We're asking that and other questions next at Mira Business FM.
Business FM, where business comes to talk.
It's the morning drive. New figures reveal the UAE is battling up to 700,000 cyber attacks every day. Lots of them powered by artificial intelligence and targeting some critical sectors, obviously. These are from phishing scams to deepfakes. There are automated hacking tools, and the threat is evolving faster than ever, as is the way of technology. Businesses are among the primary targets, of course. We're joined by cybersecurity expert Stephen Marriott. He's the Managed Security Services Director for the Middle East at Umbrella, based here in Dubai. Hopefully, we can break down how AI is maybe changing the threat landscape and talk about what companies can do to stay protected right now. Stephen, it's good to have you back.
Good morning, Tim. Thanks for having me back again.
You're very welcome. Do you know, the thing with this is it's a super dramatic headline, 700,000 attacks. It gathers attention, of course. What does it look like in the real world, in real terms, for business, though? Is it a complete rewrite of the corporate kind of security playbook? What's the real story?
So daily we're probably looking at hundreds of thousands anyway. So we're probably doubling or even tripling to what we'd normally expect to see.
Right.
But obviously the geopolitical situation is affecting that. And then the impact of businesses, there may be some operational impact, especially on the ones that are being targeted. But if you look at what's happening, they are trying to disrupt services. They are trying to maybe compromise some systems which can be used for other activities. Also maybe trying to pull out data for specific people that they are trying to, they're even like targeting certain nationalities. So
right.
we are seeing that from some of these targeted attacks. It's not just the usual scanning and then trying to do the attacks post that. They are a bit more targeted and even state-sponsored. We're seeing lots of activity from the Iranian sponsored groups, some from the Palestinian sponsored groups, and a few from the Russian ones as well.
Really? I mean, is it a sudden spike because of regional tensions, or is it, a new normal? Because we are we're a logistics hub, aren't we?
Yeah. So if you look across the GCC, UAE is a prime target because the financial return. Saudi Arabia is another target as well. But because of the geopolitical situation, the whole of the GCC has been targeted. So, UAE is a big one. Also, you notice Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, not so much in Oman. But because of the geopolitical situation, the state-sponsored threat actors are focusing. So it's not just doing it for the financial return. They are trying to disrupt services, get onto the news, put that fear factor out there. If you look at social media, it's all over social media now. Dubai has been attacked. They're not even saying the UAE or the Middle East. They're focusing specifically on Dubai because they get the biggest clout from that.
Yeah, okay. So, and a lot of it, of course, is nonsense, and we know that, and a lot of it is AI generated, and it's telling the difference between the two, isn't it? So most attacks by these, I love that phrase, bad actors, that we hear very often, most of this is being blocked, isn't it? But it is a constant, it's a 24/7 threat.
Yeah, so if you see what's happening, the majority has been blocked or been filtered out. If anything is managing to get through, there's normally things in place to isolate this and control it.
Right.
So we've not seen anything over the recent weeks saying, okay, there's been a big compromise, there's been a big data leakage within this region. There's been some focus around individuals. The FBI director, for example, had his Gmail account compromised, which we know was a focused one from one of these threat actor groups. So. It is being controlled, but it's a very high number. And then the guys in operations, obviously, they're kind of being now getting the alert fatigue because there's so much coming through. They might be blinded from some of this noise, especially the amount of DDoS attacks, the disruption, the service attacks that we're seeing, which could be an easy way to kind of sneak through and do other things that are more serious. So, it's a heavy load for the guys actually monitoring this and trying to do detection and protection.
I bet it is. Look, I've read a lot about how advanced we are. So we're a global leader in lots of ways, in digital banking in particular. I struggle to get to grips with the tech terms. I've got to be honest with you. It's kind of more sci-fi. Lots of it. So you mentioned DDoS attacks there, spear phishing, automated pen testing, ransomware 2.0, banks employ self-healing networks to deflect all these attempts. There's so many of them, so that customers don't get affected. Can you explain to me some of the terms I've just parroted at you?
Yeah, well, I think if you look at the maturity we have here for cybersecurity, anyway, it's very good. Yeah. So I've been working in the region for like 20 years, living here for over like 11 years now. But there's been a massive investment, and there's a good adoption across this region. So new technologies coming out, like if you see what's happening with AI, big adoption here in the UAE, again, within Saudi Arabia. The things like spear phishing was the example there, was attacking that FBI director.
Right.
So, this is where, because normal phishing is, what you see where they do a mass email campaign, and who clicks the link,
the numbers
game,
game,
comes back.
Yeah.
But now there's more social engineering involved. They are targeting individuals. That there was a post recently where saying we're now focusing on certain nationalities because of the conflict as well, because they want to pull information about these people, about their contacts, where they work. Can they target these organisations specifically as well? But yeah, the techniques have been used are kind of growing as new technologies come out. What's very good about the UAE, they are early adopters of new technology. So if you look at well-established countries, say like the UK, which has been doing cybersecurity for a very long period of time, the problem they have is that they have lots of legacy systems, and to get to the new kit is they need to be able to finance it, get the budget approval to do this.
Yeah.
Whereas here, it's always taking new technology. So we are always ahead of the game, which is a good advantage because it means we've got the tools in place to defend against these types of attacks. But if you look at the attacks that are happening, it's still traditional to what we were doing 20, 30 years ago, but it's easier because there's more tools available to do these attacks.
But it is a constant battle, isn't it, I guess, to stay ahead of the game.
Yeah, and it's the same thing. So as the new tools come out, we have new tools for detection and defense and remediation, but then the attackers are using the similar tool set. So like AI, everyone go, this is great for cybersecurity because we can use this to help automate and react quicker. But it also means that the threat actors can use these tools to then build in new scripts and more malware, automate their approaches as well. Like going back to the phishing emails, I think we all pretty much know now how to detect a phishing email from the grammar, the spelling, the language that's used, the urgency, the email address it's come from. But now AI is changing that because the emails are being structured more formal. You're not seeing the spelling mistakes. The grammar's now correct. They can also do this in multiple languages. So I've seen quite a few where you receive in English and in Arabic, for example. So it's focused again regionally, but they're using AI to do this. And I think even people now, day-to-day living, they're using AI to respond to emails. So the personal part is disappearing because we're using AI to assist us in our workload, so we can then focus on more important tasks. But both sides are using it, so it's that constant battle, to and fro.
It is that the old phrase, the six of one, half a dozen of the other, isn't it? How is AI changing the scale of the threats? And I mean, you've pointed to the sophistication, but what's the contribution to the number? Yeah,
so because AI takes away some of that human intervention, they can automate a lot of the approach. So the targeted attacks or some of the information gathering, you can use AI to do this. So beforehand, there'd be maybe some manual intervention, some scripts that they need to be run. There'd be follow-up activities that what need to be processed, lots of research. Now, this can be fully automated through AI, and they're also utilizing AI agents to do these activities. So the ramp up in numbers that we're seeing will be because they will be using AI technology to do a massive amount of attacks, whereas beforehand, the information to hand will take more time to gather through the old techniques.
So the AI is simply allowing for scale.
Yes,
right,
and speed against it as well.
And speed, okay. We've all seen AI powered the social engineering aspects of it. The CEO's voice or the video mimics, a person in power, and it's asking to authorize a wire transfer, something like that, or recommend some harebrained financial scheme. How do you train a workforce to spot a deep fake when your eyes are that's so and so, sounds like so and so? The lines are so blurred.
And I think there's been some really big ones in the news. We had a few years back, the one in Hong Kong, where the guy transferred like 25 million based on discussion of who he thought was his CFO at the time.
Right.
The ones more recently, because we are generally working in this hybrid mode, so both in the office and away. So that people are doing interviews online, and people now using AI and deep fake there. So they're using this to get credentials based on getting a job. It wasn't a real person; it was AI who was a successful candidate.
Right.
They might get the credentials there. They may even get kit shipped out to them, which then allows them to access the corporate network. But yeah, if you look at the deep fakes, it's improving every month because technology is improving.
Yeah.
But you tend to find, if you look at like some of the lip syncing, it can be out. There might be some artifacts floating about.
Okay.
The movement tends to be a little bit smoother than reality. If you look at a TV, I think people are now getting a bit more used to what is AI and what is reality. So it tends to be too smooth. It's very focused. It's very central to the person that's on screen. If it's a live environment, there's normally a little bit of it's not dead straight. Yeah? And then there might be strange things happening in the background. There's lack of movement as well normally because the AI may be not adjust correctly. So, but this is going to improve in time as more technology comes out and as they improve the algorithms and what's not.
Well, it's improving exponentially. That's the point, isn't it?
But there's also, again, to counter this, there's technology to detect whether it is AI generated as well. So all the big security vendors are producing tools to do that. But then obviously you need to invest in that to then protect against it.
Yeah, it's a never-ending wheel, isn't it? It's not just hackers at keyboards, though, is it? People are using LLMs to write code that changes every time it hits a firewall. So it's this kind of, constant battering effect, I suppose. How do human-led IT teams deal with the AI versus AI kind of aspects?
So if you're looking at the attacks, they are using these techniques now to, morph some of their code, so it becomes bit more difficult to detect, especially if you're looking at like malware. So this malware now, traditionally, we'll be able to detect it. We've got lots of tools out there to detect this from the actual asset that's being attacked. But now, because the malware is morphing based on the AI that's been used, we now have to kind of monitor the user behavior or the system's behavior. Gotcha. So if we see something that's abnormal, because the AI is morphed and doing something it shouldn't be doing, then we'll use that to react against.
I'm not struggling to keep up. You're explaining it well. It's just what amazes me. It's the scope of this. It's the size. I don't know if you're in the crosshairs of this. It would be a very difficult situation to be in. And this is not just small, medium businesses. They're targeted just as much as the larger corporations, state infrastructure as well. This is...
Yeah, it's a business now. Back when I first started doing this nearly 30 years ago, it was basically defacing websites, abusing mail relays,
It's the spotty teenager in the bedroom.
And no, because there wasn't really a financial return. It's more like tagging a website, and you got your name out there, or you got your tag out there. And then over time, it's evolved because the mail relay abuse was you could get some return on investment on this. But now it's a proper business. There's big money to be made from this. So the big targets will be where if they can ransomware a company and they've got a good confidence level, they're going to pay out. They're going to get money from that. Some of the small to medium-sized companies probably are never going to pay out. But then that they may still compromise these systems because they can use that compromised system to attack another one, to hide their path to attacking another server, or use that to hit for a part of a DDoS campaign. So there's lots of things going on. But at the end of the day, these guys that are doing this are either been sponsored by the state or that they need a financial return. So this is their focus point.
Okay, you mentioned DDoS a couple of times. DDoS is that an attack where you send you're sending lots of traffic to a site?
Yeah,
right? And it crashes the...
Yeah, so there's lots of this happening right now because, again, that they want to show, because of the ongoing conflict, get their name out there, show the Iranian or supported groups are doing these activities to bring down critical infrastructure.
Okay.
But if you look what's actually happened, the DDoS attacks are generally against web servers. So it's quite easy to bring a web server down in reality if you heavily load it. Some companies do this by mistakes and because they might promote something. But yeah, there'd be like hundreds of thousands of requests sent to a web server in a very small period of time. That will then bring it down. There are tools in place to filter this out. That there are manual interventions we can put in place, like block these IP addresses. But it'd be like a spread of IP addresses that would be attacking these web servers. But the ones that happened recently, the server's probably been down for 10 minutes, 20 minutes or so. So most people won't notice it. It's what's being posted on social media to say it's down. There's been a few that have been down for a few hours where obviously companies have put something in place to put another level of protection in, or they might need to do some form of recovery. But yeah, it's a... If you look at, again, focusing on Dubai is like a brand anyway. So when these threat actors do a DDoS against a Dubai, whether it's a government, whether it's travel, hospitality, finance, telcos, whatever, even the small businesses, they'll broadcast. So no, we brought down a Dubai entity. Dubai is struggling to cope with all of these cyber threats. So
right, okay.
It's trying to damage the reputation, not necessarily so much on the business side, because the business side may only be down for 10 minutes. So 10 minutes in a whole day, most people won't generally notice. Or if you went to a website, you go back 15 minutes later and wouldn't be aware, they were affected.
Gotcha. Okay. So I mean, it could literally be, well, we just restarted the machine and it was fine, kind of thing.
Yeah. And because some of these will actually bring down the server completely, and it will go through a reboot cycle. The attacks that are using, that they will be distributed, so it'll be either through compromised systems, but you can even do DDoS as a service. There are websites you can go out there, pick an entity you want to attack, you pay for how long you want to attack it for, submit your credit card, and off you go.
That's remarkable. Imagine your credit card on a DDoS attacking site. That's just it boggles the mind.
They're probably using some form of cryptocurrency in reality.
Well, to
protect their flow. But some people they may even have like some credit card details that they've captured elsewhere, and then they'll use that as well to initiate these attacks.
It's incredibly intricate, isn't it? Okay, so for years, when the IT department have said just restart it, it could have been a DDoS attack.
Yeah,
you never know.
Like I say, what's going on? It isn't new. Yeah, it's just that there's more tools out there, or it's an as a service. Back in the day, you would try to bring a server down to then capture things happening on the server reboot, because how services are coming back online. If there's a vulnerability there, you'll try to capture that. Now, because everything's cloud-based, so you're attacking these, and it's more the operational disruption rather than to do the compromise. But there might be a follow-up where they've learned from this attack sequence, where, okay, can we go in, can we compromise a certain service? Can we actually get into the website and pull out some information or deface the website? There is some defacing going on from the current situation, but not too much. It's more of how many entities can we bring down in a day, and then broadcast it to the world saying, we brought down X amount of government entities, X amount of telcos, finance. So if you look across the whole GCC, it's a lot attacking ministry portals. And then to say we brought down the ministry, but you haven't. You brought down the website for 5 or 10 minutes.
For 5 or 10 minutes, sure. So you're looking for vulnerabilities, and then of course social media amplifies that, and it becomes much more of a thing than it was. Okay. Hence the government saying, use trusted information. Make sure you're on the right sites. That makes a lot more sense. What are the most common entry points for attackers? What are people looking to exploit? What have you seen?
Yeah. So probably the easiest way for the threat actors is still the phishing campaigns.
Right.
So like I say, the AI now is helping that, so that they'll probably get a better success rate because of how the email is structured. So it's people reacting to these, and now because of the current situation, people may click this again because they're not really assessing it correctly. But yeah, there's still systems where that they've not been fully patched. So there's vulnerabilities that can be exploited. So it's another entry point. Also, because the people are using cloud-based systems or they're working remotely, you need to connect through some means. So maybe through like a VPN. So it could be weak VPN credentials, or these could be exposed somewhere through a data leakage. So these are being abused. So these are the kind of entry points you're saying. But again, phishing campaign is probably one of them where you got a good success rate. But if you're scanning for vulnerabilities and you have to abuse these, then this takes a little bit more time.
You work for an international firm. You've worked in cybersecurity for many years. What are the big mistakes that you're seeing that companies are making?
Yeah. So I think in reality, you got to have that. It's not if, it's when I'm going to be breached. Yeah, because
that's the attitude.
This
you need
is
to have,
a really kind of the attitude. That kind of paranoia in place. So if you do get breached, what's your plan? Do you have an incident response plan in place? How can you recover from that situation?
Yeah.
Because you might have an investment in technology, you might have an investment in service providers or partners to support this. But if God forbid, and it does actually happen, what's your process in place to control what it is there, isolate compromised systems, have a recovery mechanism out of it? So this is something all companies should really have in place. But because there's so many tools out there that they may have the tools there and then just think, okay, the tools are going to do the job for me. I can sit back and let this run its course. But then in reality, you probably can still get breached. And what do you actually do post that?
For startups, for businesses, is cybersecurity still looked on as an IT expense, or is it more of it's a strategic necessity? How do people view it now?
Yeah, I still feel there's you need to justify the expense.
Yeah.
And this is one of the challenges we've had for a very long time, because how do you prove your return on investment? If you get a military grade defense system in place, how do you prove? How do you justify that cost?
Yeah.
And it's very difficult. So you kind of need to prioritize some of the tools that you're going to need to use. You can look at other companies that have been compromised and what was their business impact and what was the cost against it, because generally that will get published. We got hit, X amount of data got exfiltrated. We can work out the cost, or especially this region, going back to what I said earlier, it's the damage to the brand. So it's not just that financial cost of your operations. It could damage your brand in such a way that people don't want to use that brand because they're concerned, of whether their data is going to be exposed or other issues with their finances. So yeah, and all the brands within the UAE are extremely strong. So there's lots of protection around that as well.
Yeah. Okay. Final question. We've just got just under a minute. For anybody listening, watching at the moment, maybe somebody on the way to work, if you get a suspicious, SMS or urgent email, however you've been approached, or maybe not approached, what's the golden kind of cyber hygiene rule at the moment? Piece of advice. Yeah.
So again, this is something we're seeing more and more happening. You've got the calls, you've got the SMSs, you've got the, have that kind of, that trust level. Do you really trust it? Don't click the links. Yeah. I would generally go to the website directly,
right.
Rather than trusting a link. Try to verify it. Is it real? If someone's calling you, call them back. Get their contact details. Phone the main office. But yeah, have a kind of a paranoia mode to the text messages coming through, because we get a lot anyway. We get a lot of marketing ones, and they can try to hide in some of the marketing ones. But yeah, generally I wouldn't trust the links. Yeah, I'll go to the website directly if it's related to, say, like my Emirates ID or my driver's license or my PO box. You get lots of these coming through. Can you verify this? Can you do that? I think we discussed before. Trying to do verification for UAE Pass. But no, don't accept these. Go in directly to the relevant sites and then confirm, or phone the actual department or office.
Okay, Stephen, it's fascinating to talk to you. Always is. I always feel like I learned so much sitting here talking to you. It's slightly scary, but it comes from a good place. I know. Stephen Marriott,
we are well protected in the UAE, which is very good.
Well, that is good to hear. Stephen Marriott is Managed Security Services Director for the Middle East for Umbrella and is a cybersecurity expert in our eyes. Good to talk to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
Good morning, it's 8:30 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. The UAE has reaffirmed its commitment to food security and stable markets. The Minister of Economy, Abdullah bin Tuqal Mari, visited a major food manufacturing company in Abu Dhabi to review the supply chains and stock levels. He said the UAE has strong infrastructure and flexible supply systems. These help ensure a steady supply of food across local markets. The visit also aimed to strengthen cooperation between the public and private sectors. Officials say national food companies play a key role in supporting production, stability, and economic diversification. Dubai's Knowledge and Human Development Authority has opened applications for a student scholarship program. Officials say the Dubai Distinguished Students Program is now open for the 2026-27 academic year. Around 330 scholarships will be offered. They will cover 50% of tuition fees at selected private schools. The program is open to high-achieving Emirati students from grade 1 to 10. Students can choose from schools offering the UK, US, and IB curricula. Applications are open until the 14th of April through the KHDA website. U.S. stock futures moved higher after a strong rally on Wall Street. Market reports say investors reacted to comments from U.S. President Donald Trump as he signaled a possible easing of tensions with Iran. Futures linked to the S&P 500 rose about 0.2%. Nasdaq futures gained around 0.3%, while Dow futures edged up slightly. During the day, all three major indexes recorded their strongest gains in over a month. Oil prices fell as stocks rose. Brent crude dropped about 3% to near $104 a barrel. Investors are now watching key economic data, including jobs and manufacturing reports, which are due this week. And now, a quick market and currency update for those tracking remittances. 1 dirham equals about 25.51 Indian rupees, 76.02 Pakistani rupees, 33.39 Bangladeshi taka, 16.44 Philippine peso, 14.84 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.86 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
The Morning Drive, it's Mira Business FM. The UAE creative industry, it's under pressure. That's the topic next at Mira Business FM.
Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
It's the morning drive. The UAE's creative industry is, well, it's tough times, essentially. Geopolitical tensions, economic pressure, and also shifting client priorities, reshaping film, reshaping advertising and content production. So the future of storytelling as a business is something I'm going to ask my next guest about, and he is Amar Galal. He's a film director and a producer. He's a man in touch with creatives of all shapes and sizes here in the UAE. You may have heard him recently on Crossroads, our Friday afternoon entertainment media show and podcast as well, with David Tully and Dima Magase from Middlesex University. Amar, it's a warm welcome back. Nice to see you.
Oh, thank you, Tim. Thank you for having me.
Good to have you here. So you've been very active on LinkedIn recently, posting about job prospects for creative workers, creative types affected by the situation just now. Give me an idea, if you can, just of how much the tensions in the region have impacted and are impacting the creative industry, you know, film, advertising, promotions, production.
In short,
Yeah.
massive impact, I would say.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it is,
Yeah.
for sure. It's the whole chain got affected. So you have, like in advertising, for example, you have clients, and then you have creative agencies, production houses, and definitely the freelance creative community, which is the foundation of the whole industry as well. And project got canceled, things on hold, which we don't know until when it's on hold, which means at the moment it's canceled in a way, and it's affecting everything. There's no payments for the freelance community at the moment. There's no income, I would say. And at the same time, there's no project. There's no upcoming project. There's no calendar, like a clear vision on a calendar or something. So
It's the uncertainty, isn't it? That
of course it is,
Yeah,
100%,
yeah.
especially when it comes to creative advertising and entertainment.
And of course, Dubai is a hub for, in particular, the advertising.
100%.
The centre in this region, for sure.
100%. It's one of the most important like cities or countries even in that domain. And moreover in entertainment and events as well, which is related to advertising because they're all connected in a way. So of course.
No, I know the tentacles they reach, don't they? So look, we asked you here today really because you're really in touch. Well, I think you are anyway. With the kind of the heartbeat of the creative community. That's where you know, it's your ecosystem. That's where you kind of exist. And we've seen this shift in the last few weeks. Brand campaigns paused, postponements, film sets are adjusting to new realities. With oil at the price it is, one of the first things to go, you know, when there's a situation like this is marketing budgets are trimmed, of course. Is the industry in a state of shock, or are we seeing a more calculated kind of rebriefing phase? Because there are so many projects on hold, potentially cancelled. Who knows when it's going to come back?
I think both.
Okay.
There's part of it as a shock, and I think by now, because there have been like quite some time on the events and everything, we almost like past a month now. So it was a shock phase at the beginning, and then now a lot of people, they started to come to a reality that how we're going to adapt, how we're going to think about what's going on, and how we can still serve the market and do work, because at the end of the day, we're not going to be like canceled as talents. We need to work, we need to do things.
Yeah.
So
And of course, fewer job opportunities as well.
it's not
A
much.
lot fewer.
It's not much, to be honest. But still, I think when the brands client side start to adapt to the markets, the budgets start to adapt to the market, if this is like kind of a new norm, if we're going to act with it as a new norm for some while, things will start to move and opportunities will start to come. That's how I see it. Maybe in a different way, maybe in a different scale and budget and flexibility and turnover. We need also to adapt as talents, right? So we need to adapt in terms of budgets, and we need to adapt in terms of how we're going to execute the work. We need to be fast because things are like on the move at the moment. You can't take that much time. You can't take a lot of time thinking about a concept, whatever. No, you need to be up running.
There needs to be a different approach, doesn't there? Because if brands and clients are more cautious with their messaging, they're more cautious with their spending, the upshot is you know, creatives have to adapt to that. Unfortunately, that's just how that's
150%.
Yeah,
150%.
Do you think it's more of a slowdown? Do you think there's an aspect of reset in this, in that, you know, in terms of how creative work is produced and how people perceive the value of creative work?
Yeah, that will happen very soon, if it's not happening actually at the moment. And I think that will bring like even new formats and the new kind of advertising and marketing, you know. So this is going to happen, especially that I believe the game right now is a game of patience, actually. So we need to be patient and wait, and this is crucial for a lot of people. But at the same time, I think time like this will bring opportunity for independent creative agencies, for example, because they're more agile, they're more fast, they're smaller approval system, whatever it is, more than network agencies, and that will reflect on freelancers as well.
Well, hopefully, yeah. No, I can see the thinking there. I mean, we're in this kind of holding pattern at the moment, so it's affecting your traditional kind of advertising spend and film logistics. That's kind of understandable. So it wouldn't be a big surprise, would it, to see a turn towards the freelance community, maybe a leaner, maybe even a kind of more authentic storytelling kind of approach?
I think that will happen because right now, with everything happening in the world in general, people, they need to connect more. So, like, for example, before that era, we used to see like a lot of AI work, for example. I believe they will continue a little bit because of the cutting costs and all that stuff. But again, I think the audience will be more happy to be connected in a human aspect. And this will actually reflect on the execution and what you said.
No, I mean, that makes sense. I was sat thinking about this last night. I mean, if you look historically, the times you're in are kind of reflected in advertising and promotional media, aren't they? So if times are, I don't know, there's a tension in the air, and it's undeniable at the moment, but some of the best art, some of the best storytelling, some of the best music tends to come from a time when, you know, times are tighter.
Struggle.
Yeah, from struggle. Exactly.
Art comes from struggle, basically. Yeah.
It's just an interesting point to make, I think. So salaries and freelance rates are certainly affected at the moment.
Yeah.
Just something that Michael, producer of this show, pointed out the other day. ITP, Information and Technology Publishing Company, lots of magazines, lots of web presence, based here in Dubai. I've just moved to a 4-day work week. He's reading. Do you think that's a reflection of deeper pressure in sort of the media industry?
I think so, but it will also affect the process, the whole thing, because right now, for example, like approval a process takes time, and now you narrow down the time to 4 days rather than 5 days. Lots of backlog as well in decisions and stuff. So I think that will affect a little bit the approval system, but not the productivity, because at the end of the day, I think everybody right now, they want to work, not to overthink. I need to wake up in the morning doing something, like even if you gave me a vacation right now or a time off, I'm not going to enjoy it because I'll be like on the news or overthinking stuff or whatever. So I need to keep myself busy.
Well, I think particularly in like the creative industry, overthinking is the enemy of flow, isn't it? Yeah. So, you know, it kind of gets in the way of the creative process. What do you think about 4-day weeks? Because there's reams of research about working, you know, maybe more intensively for 4 days and having more time to, you know, reflect and react and relax, if you like. Do you think you can improve productivity and creativity in the creative field by working, you know, 4 days rather than the 5? Just honest opinion. I know I put you on the spot a little bit there, Amar. I apologize, but
no,
I just wonder.
Honestly, I don't think so.
No?
Yeah, but like I said, and this is how I feel even personally right now, when we reach weekends, it's not weekends anymore. So I'm not relaxed. I would rather keep myself busy and doing stuff and being productive.
Okay.
Because if I'm free for like 3-4 days a week, I'll start like going down, slowing down, even like mentally and emotionally. Keep thinking.
Ticking,
yeah. Rather than being more creative. So, but if you spin the wheel, it's going.
Yeah, fair enough.
So just push me there and I'll swim. That's fine. This is how we all feel right now.
Just keep rolling you down the hill.
Exactly. Keep rolling me.
Look, the creative economy in the UAE is built on this huge network of freelancers, of editors, directors of photography, stylists, DJs, whatever it is. What do we need to do you think, to protect that creative capital during a downturn, so that we don't start losing talent?
Yeah, 100%, which is one of the biggest problems, I would say, if it happens. Because, like I said earlier, it's the game of being patient right now, like how long this is going to last and how long I can last, actually, as a freelancer, for example, financially and every other aspect. But I think part of what's going on right now that let us start to think about the freelance community in the sense of protection kind of thing. So, for example, there's no like entity or organization or something that contain the freelancers together and maybe guide them through tough times.
Well, there are so many different freelancing licenses. And
no, I'm not talking about the license.
Entities. No, but I mean, they're kind of disparate groups, aren't they?
Yeah, of course. There's no like an umbrella for the freelance community, like advertising, entertainment, film production, whatever it is. And like, for example, they don't have like security funds. They don't have like, it's not easy to get a loan if you're self-employed or a freelancer. And maybe this is a door for a lot of them that got already payments but on hold from previous jobs right before the events, but they need like something on the spot so they can push themselves a little bit further. So I think this is one of the things that we need to start think about at the moment from inside, by the way. I'm not talking about someone to come and do this. Like us as a community, we need to think about those things. We need to be together in a way, because we walk in silos at the end of the day. We need to think how we protect that community within the inner circle first. And from the outside, I think, and I'm talking to brands more from the client side, I think this is the right time to choose working with independent, small, medium-sized creative agencies, for example, more with freelancers than the network agencies, I would say, because the network agencies, they can tolerate themselves during time like that, the huge corporate. But the community is the more fragile. And also, they're quick right now, they're lightweight, and they will accept to be flexible in payments and also flexible in execution. And big ideas, because like I said, they need to keep themselves busy rather than overthink. So they want to work. So this is also part of how we protect those talents not to actually go away.
Well, there's an element, isn't there, that if, when times are tough, that's when you maybe produce your best work, because there's more pressure on you to do so. So there's maybe quite a strong argument that actually now is a time to lean on creative talent. I don't mean lean on in an aggressive fashion. I mean, to look to creative talent.
And it's also a time to enhance your skills, and it happens naturally. Because, for example, if someone's call you and you're a good director, but you're not the best editor, but you can edit still, and you might take both jobs, directing and editing, and now you're enhancing your skills as an editor as well. And this is something that will never happen at the regular days, because you're busy enough to do what you do, and that's it. You're not open for learning another stuff. Like, for example, on LinkedIn, you mentioned that before, my posts and everything. I'm not an expert with social media when it comes to algorithm and how things working and the reactions, the impressions, the numbers and all that stuff. But when I started the initiative that I did, and it was genuinely, I didn't think about it as an influencer or something. I just want to really help the community. But after quite some time, I got to understand and learn more about LinkedIn as a platform, how it works. Try and error, basically, because I did so many posts and I've seen what works and what didn't work. So now I might add to my skill set something that I've never had before, and I wasn't willing to do, to be honest.
I mean, okay, so there's an upside. I mean, it's a positive approach. By the way, how does LinkedIn work? Because I'm foxed by it.
It's a super vague, to be honest. It's not easy. It's different from the other platforms. Basically, it's all about posting content that is relevant to you first, because it reads your keywords and what you do as a profile, and also to post regularly in a way, which is the same for each and every platform, not daily, but regularly. And you have to understand the gap between posts, because you need to give a space between posts. So because that post might be still picking up, and also doing comments on other posts that actually drive traffic to your profile and also drives traffic to your posts, because you're commenting on other posts, other people posts.
It's good common sense. You're now our LinkedIn expert, by the way, so expect a call next week from production.
I'm just trying.
Just back to talent in the industry. Are we starting to? Do you think we're at risk of losing talent? I mean, I guess that's the case, but are you starting to see talent move?
Quite a few.
Really?
I would say, yeah. At least from the angle of, because a friend of mine from the community said a term a few days back, and I like it. He said, like, going back home to quarantine. Yeah,
I've heard that.
Yeah, and basically quite a few they did from that angle, but still a lot of them, they're here and they don't want to leave. That's the thing. Like, I talk to so many creatives and we don't want to leave, right? People, they feel like this is home, this is where we belong, but also there's a pressure from a financial standpoint on the creative freelance community. So they might start to leave because they just can't stay. Not the other way around. Not because they're afraid, not because they want to leave, but because they can't afford.
It's kind of the answer I feared. It's kind of the answer I expected, to be honest with you. Can I quickly put a couple of film questions to you? Because you know, that's kind of you are a film director, producer. There are unique challenges to film at the best of times, obviously, but it's particularly the case right now. You know, insurance and gear and travel restrictions and all, you know, international talent, all that kind of stuff. How are you, as a producer, sort of hacking the production process to keep, you know, your projects moving?
It's very tough, to be honest, on that question as well, because we had projects scheduled to be shot in October or something, that coming from international side. But at the moment, I'm not going to say like it's canceled. It's not canceled, but also they don't know what we're going to do. From a producer, I have to let my people feel okay, safe. It's safe to shoot at the moment, by the way.
Sure.
It's fine. Like, you can go shoot, but it's always about the budget. It's always about the concern. Shall we spend the money now, or we might need it for something else, like a force majeure or something in the upcoming weeks. So it's always like, okay, the decision will become, let's wait.
One more question for you, and I was sat writing some questions last night thinking, right, I'm talking to Amal, what am I going to do? And I came up with this really bad pun. So I thought my final question would be my final take.
Okay.
So I'm really sorry about that. But I'm interested, if you were going to direct a film about the creative scene today, based on lots of the things that we've talked about, and you went away and filmed a story, would it be a tragedy? Would it be a thriller? Would it be an underdog success story? What would you take away from this conversation and go and film and produce as a mini movie?
Definitely, I would go for the underdog success story.
I thought you would.
And because this is how I feel towards everything happening at the moment. I refuse to surrender, to be honest. I refuse to be in a position that the world is coming to an end. So I would go with that story, like Rocky, in some sense, right? But because you're punching right now and life is punching back, and that's fine. We'll keep punching, no matter what happens.
I could see that translating to film, actually, the Rocky thing around, the big roundabout bit around
Yeah.
Burj Khalifa, maybe,
Yeah,
something like
yeah.
that. Yeah, or
Yeah.
the steps up to Emirates Palace.
Why not? But this is how I feel, and this is how I feel the country is doing as well. So, in a smaller scale, in a point of view, it will be that story.
There's a good point there, actually, because we talk about this conversation, and in some respects, it's kind of doom and gloom, isn't it? Because it's a serious situation for people. These are people's livelihoods. These are people, who want to work, who can't. But this is a situation thrust upon everybody. This is not the fault of the nation or the freelancer or the production company or the advertising agency.
It's nobody's fault, actually.
This is the thing. It's the unknown, the uncertainty, isn't it? So it's always interesting to hear from you, Mara. I always like talking to you. And I appreciate you coming in. Amar Galal is a director and a producer of movies and a freelance creative type.
Yeah, I don't know, many things, but all of them fall under the creative space, I would say. Either film, education, or advertising.
And LinkedIn expert.
No, I'm not an expert of LinkedIn.
Wannabe LinkedIn expert as well.
I'm trying to understand.
Good to talk to you, Amar. Thanks for coming.
Thank you very much, Tim. Thank you.
This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 9 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Dubai South has opened a new distribution center by Hellman Caliber Healthcare Logistics. Officials say it is the company's fifth facility in the UAE, boosting healthcare supply capacity and delivery. The center handles temperature-sensitive medical products. It also strengthens Dubai South's role as a key hub for regional and global supply chains. India is facing concerns over the safety of undersea internet cables in the Strait of Hormuz and the Red Sea. Reports say about 60% of India's internet traffic passes through these links from Mumbai to Europe. Disruption could slow internet speeds and affect digital services and cloud networks across the country. 17 submarine cables run through the Red Sea, carrying traffic between Asia, Europe, and Africa. Experts say it would be hard to disrupt all cables, but some slowdowns are possible. U.S. stock markets or futures made gains last night following a powerful rally across Wall Street to wrap up Q1. The market reports say investors reacted to comments from U.S. President Donald Trump as he signaled a possible easing of tensions with Iran. Futures linked to the S&P 500 rose about 0.2%. Nasdaq futures gained around 0.3%, while Dow Jones futures edged up slightly. During the day, all three major indexes recorded their strongest gains in over a month. Oil prices fell as stocks rose. Brent crude dropped about 3% to near $104 a barrel. Investors are now watching key economic data, including jobs and manufacturing reports due this week. That's the news for now. Follow more news on Telegram and WhatsApp. This is Mira Business FM.
It's the morning drive. This is Mira Business FM. My name's Tim Elliott. We're talking real estate next with our weekly guest, our star performer, Mario Volpi, who is Senior VP for Investment Advisory at Allegiance Real Estate. Mario is here in a few moments.
Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
It is the morning drive. It is Mira Business FM. My name is Tim Elliott. Good morning to you and welcome to Mario Volpe from Allegiance Real Estate, Senior Vice President Investment Advisory.
Good morning, Tim.
There you are. You're welcome. Nice to see you. I always think when you come in, I've always got, I sent you notes and you send me notes. I want to talk about this and I'm like, can we talk about this? And I always think, where do we start? But I know where we start with you. Every week, because, and I always think, I always say things glibly like, oh, where do we start this week? And I think, no, we start with Chelsea because you're very, 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 I have to say, uncharacteristically grumpy today, Mr. Volpe.
Well, and I have every right to be honest with you, because imagine being Italian and a Chelsea fan.
Yes.
So last night, yes, I stayed up again till the wee hours to watch hopefully a historic evening that for at last Italy manages to get through to a qualification of a World Cup. 8 years since we last were represented. If we fell at this hurdle, it would have been 12 years. We came across a team that I don't know what they took, what they were on, but Bosnia, hats off, amazing. We went down to 10 men literally in the first 10 minutes, so had to play the whole game pretty much 10 against 11. We were bang average. They were amazing. We were 1-0 up at that point. They scored. I think they had something like 40 shots on goal, and we had about 6. You know, it was relentless. And went to extra time, went to penalties, and we lost. Our strikers can't score. Disgusting.
It's remarkable, actually, the fortunes of Italian national football, I think.
Well, look, we're apart from Brazil, who's won it 5 times, West Germany or Germany has won it 4 times. We were the first to win it 4 times. They followed. So we have pedigree. We are a nation of football fanatics, and it's quite partisan, as you know. And it is a national disgrace now, I have to say. Rino Gattuso, I mean, he got us to there, but I don't know. He got a yellow card as well. There was a bit of argy-bargy. You know, emotions were high. I dread to think what the Italian papers are this morning. But, you know, 12 years. A World Cup is not a World Cup without Italy, I'm sorry, from a glamorous point of view. But I said, even if we scraped through, there was no way we would even get out of our group. That's how, dare I say, rubbish we'd become. And that's why I opened it up with, imagine being Italian and a Chelsea fan. We play Port Vale on Saturday. That is a banana skin. Incoming, loading.
I did mention that you were, you know, not your usual chilled
that's
self.
why I'm grumpy.
Well, look,
Let's move to real estate.
Let's get to
Make me even more upset.
Do you want to?
Well, yeah.
I sent you a story, and this is a golf news story. No, it's not golf news. I think it was The National. It was the people that you write for, actually. Yeah. So here's the headline, okay. Dubai rental listings rise as tenants seek better pricing and flexibility. I wanted to talk to you about this because it seems like, from the article, the spike is likely because Airbnbs are being shifted to long-term rentals at the moment, and sellers are maybe pulling away from the sales market. Listings by landlords in Dubai's rental market have risen. Tenant demand dropped in March. Obviously, you know, regional tensions. What did you make of the headline and the story?
Yeah, I mean, nothing surprised me there at all. There's several factors. You've got people who perhaps were trying to sell properties, who now that people are taking a step back, perhaps waiting, they've decided, well, maybe we need to do something, so they then put it on the market for rent. And the reason why they weren't also selling, as I think I've alluded to before, is that the majority of these listings were always overpriced anyway. Yeah. Now, if they've gone on to try and rent their properties, if they have the same strategy of putting it on too much money for rent, is also not going to rent. But yeah, so that's one reason. Definitely the short-term holiday home rental market, again, they can't stand still, otherwise it's vacant. So the landlords there are starting to look at maybe long-term renting. And, you know, the choice is definitely there now. So it's becoming a renter's market. And I do believe that if there's more stock and, dare I say, less renters, then prices will have to actually drop. Although the article did talk about prices going up, which I found quite strange, because it's a simple supply and demand. Maybe the demand is there, but if the stock overtakes the demand, then prices will have to give. Or landlords, if they are reluctant to come down in physical price, they then offer more flexibility, perhaps greater numbers of checks, or like some people will do maintenance contracts so that the tenant knows that should anything go wrong, it's a clear peace of mind.
Let me just pick you up on something there. Checks as well, because I mean it's feasible to do direct debits now. Historically checks have been the thing. Whether it's one check or 4 checks or 6, whatever you can get from your landlord. Is there an end in sight of the whole check system for renting? Do you think, or is it ingrained?
I think it's pretty much ingrained. Yeah. Yes, of course, that we will be moving to, monthly payments in a normal way, rather than having to use a platform that pays the landlord in one check, but then allows the tenant to pay back, on a piecemeal basis.
Yeah.
Those have had to evolve because it is still very much ingrained that the landlord clearly, if there's no reference checks, just wants one payment. You can then do what you like. No issues.
I mean, I just renewed my rent, and I had to go to the office, and it was sitting out writing the checks and signing the checks, and then the Ajari, and it sort of seems like we're in the 21st century.
It's still quite old-fashioned, yeah. So that's why I think it's quite ingrained. You're right. It will change. It's going to take time, but we've got more things to worry about than that now.
Well, that's true. It's these things bubble through my brain.
No, I didn't mean it as a criticism. I just meant that's why that's going to get kicked down the road a little bit.
I think you make a very good point. The other thing in this article that I noticed, the rental listings article, and there were 2 things actually. They spoke to, for purposes of this, it was Better Homes, saying we've recorded 23% annual increase in rental listings for the month. There's a decline in tenant inquiries. So that's one aspect. But the other thing I thought was interesting was rental demand. And it was really the usual suspects, of course. So Dubai Marina, Business Bay, Silicon Oasis, JVC. Certainly in terms of search volumes, I think. No surprises there.
No, there isn't. And there's always that flight to quality. And it's perceived that, Business Bay, downtown Marina is a quality area. So it's like anything, that flight to quality will actually be heightened in these kind of different times. So the people that are looking are focusing there because it's a place that people want to live. It's beautiful. I mean, Dubai Marina is just where I am. Why wouldn't you want to live there? You've got the water, you've got the lifestyle, you've got the facilities, you've got the cafes, restaurants, hotels, etc., and everything is kind of on your doorstep, even with a mall. Marina Mall, I think, is amazing. So if you then take downtown, Emaar call it the centre of now. That was their tagline, and they have everything there. The only thing downtown doesn't have is a beach. Apart from that, it has everything. So, but in time, these have gone up and up and up, and sort of started to get away from people's budgets. Now, perhaps all of a sudden, people are thinking, let's see if there are any deals to be had, I guess, because that is something that's coming into the real estate world on a daily basis. Make no bones, there are lots of people that want to buy right now, but they are looking for what they deem to be that golden nugget. And that's where we have a bit of a stalemate, because the perception and the reality are 2 different things.
Yeah, well, that was my next question, actually. There was a survey, according to this article. It was Red Seer Consulting. And the findings were interesting. Among the 39% of respondents had active plans to buy property in the UAE before the conflicts, the tensions that we've seen. Only 9% have cancelled those plans. It's pretty small. 52% have delayed plans, which is kind of understandable.
So that's really the tail of the market right now. People are sitting on their hands. Yeah. They're still curious. They want a piece of the action. They want a slice of the cake. They just don't want it at the levels that we had or were having as in a bull market when it was obviously rising. So now they're hoping that the bears are coming out and, they can still buy what they want on sale as such. And that's where they get disappointed. You go to a lot of these I don't know, let's take Louis Vuitton, for example. If you had an opportunity to buy a Louis Vuitton bag, great, if you can afford it. But wouldn't it be great if you went in there, they had sale on, there'd be queues out the door. That's the first places that people go to. Dubai is very much like that. It's this high-end, beautiful, shiny diamond that everybody wants to look at and to hold and what have you. And for some, it's become, I'm not going to say too expensive, but it's become a little bit out of reach. Now, all of a sudden, they think, well, maybe, and that's why the inquiry levels are perhaps still there, but people literally are definitely just sitting on their hands, hoping and waiting. And of course, there are a few little nuggets that you can get, but it's nothing like what people are expecting.
The other tail of the market, if you go by this survey, this Red Sea Consulting survey, let me run this by you. 41% of respondents expect an increase in rents in the next 6 months. 27% expect a decrease.
Well, that's the bit I was saying that I didn't understand.
I don't get that.
If we remove the conflict for the moment, just remove it from the table, the discussion,
right?
And we were still where we were, first week in January, whatever. The threat of all these units coming on stream from handovers and completion at the end of the year or towards the end of this end of the summer, etc., and into 2027. That we talked about the fact that probably rents were going to soften anyway. In terms of the number of units that are coming on. Now, of course, people that buy properties, they're buying them for themselves to live in. They're buying them as a holiday home, maybe keep it empty. Long-term rent, short-term rent. So there's different facets. So I'm not saying all of them would have come on stream for the rental market or the rental pool. But there would have been the majority that would have done. And so with all of those numbers coming, and now you add the conflict, and if you're saying that, the inquiry levels or people actually moving is down, there's only one way the prices, in my opinion, are going to go. And that is not up when it comes to rent. So I found that quite odd as to why. I mean, who are these? Just people on the streets or something they're talking to, or people that were thinking of moving?
This is just a published survey. I don't know.
Because I'm just trying to wonder why they would think that. And also, when was this conducted? Was it conducted during the start of the conflict? Or?
That's a good point. I don't have the details of that. It's released last week, but you would figure. Perhaps, which makes the information is dated at best.
So I was about to say, thanks for a rubbish survey, Tim. Giving me.
Well, it was a headline in the newspaper.
I'm joking.
But I run through these things and I think, how does that work? Because then one of the partners at the company is quoted. Current situation has affected sentiment, obviously. Household finances, clearly. Property decisions, okay. The picture is still more balanced than bearish. And I think that's a reasonable statement because that, it is this kind of, I use this phrase every day, 3 or 4 times. It is the holding pattern.
Wow,
that we're seeing at the moment. I know that's
aviation.
Well, there you are. We cover all bases.
But it goes to show how quickly this market is anyway. I mean, I'll say something that myself. So yesterday on my last podcast that I spoke about, we talked about schools, and in that podcast, which was recorded one day earlier, so not too bad. But when I recorded it, it was right. Now, this morning, or I find out that, because schools, I said, all schools are going back on April the 3rd. They're not.
Changed yesterday.
Exactly, 17th.
Yeah.
And whilst, again, the contents was correct, that it's up to the individual institutions to make a call on when exactly they're coming back, higher education as well. The information that effectively I gave yesterday or that came out yesterday from me was wrong, because we should say everything is correct at time of going to press type of thing.
For sure.
But that's just how fast moving it is. So this survey, I don't know, there were pockets of it that I agreed with. Others I wasn't sure. And I suppose if it doesn't exactly say when, then you'd have to wager that maybe they did it before the conflict or whatever.
I would think it would have to be, but it was just even then, I would not have expected rents to be going up, or so many people to believe that rents were going up, because that goes against the kind of perceived wisdom, certainly that you've been talking about in the time that you've been coming here, which is 6 months or so.
God, has it been that long as well?
It has, yeah.
Wow.
I know, it goes by so fast.
Yeah, amazing. But no, it's about sentiment, isn't it? So the good news, I suppose, to look at it is if how many did you say? 39% thought it was going up. How many?
Was it 39? I'll go back to it. 41.
Oh, crikey, even more.
Yeah.
So if 41% think they're going up, and let's say in reality it doesn't, they're going to think they're getting good deals. So actually, you're going to have happy tenants.
That's a good point, yeah. Okay, every cloud has a silver lining.
Definitely have to.
You are so good at finding that. Amazing today, considering you're so grumpy.
Well,
about
I
the
just
football.
looked down. I just got a text from my friend saying, "Oh, sorry, just saw the news. Sorry about Italy." I thought, I don't need that right now. I'm trying to focus on real estate.
It's this constant reminder, isn't it?
Tell me about it.
Yeah, I know. The other story I wanted to bring up with you today was an Aldar story, and this was Arabian Business, I think. It's quoted in lots of different media. Aldar on track to deliver 3,500 UAE homes this year. Construction spend hitting 422 million. So it is a good news story. Strong progress for communities in Abu Dhabi and Dubai, to be fair. That's a lot of new homes.
It is, but again, it's the correct message to send out to the marketplace that although a lot of these measures were put in place before, again, the conflict,
Yes.
but they're just not allowing it to stand in their way. And this is where a lot of these developers, they are using the term business as usual. I don't like to use that term. Mine is more business unusual, but it is still business. But the message they're definitely coming across is we're not slowing down. We're still going ahead. We have a duty of care to the buyers that bought these properties, and we're going to be handing over. I must say developers are not necessarily launching as much as they were, for sure, which is, in my opinion, a very good thing. We had one developer come to the office on Monday, and they will be launching their project in Ras Al Khaimah, which is it's a great project. It's a great location. It's only just over 1 kilometer away from the Wynn Resort, but it was quite amusing in some respects how human psychology is, because the elephant is in the room,
for sure.
but there he is standing there being all positive, telling us how amazing Ras Al Khaimah as an investment is, and it's the largest Wynn resort in the world, and that the Macau one is closing. In fact, a lot of the American casinos are coming away from Macau, which I didn't know. And so there is going to be a focus elsewhere, and apart from Vegas, well, where will it be? Obviously it'll be here as well. But I had to stop him. I put my hand up and politely said, "Look, we all know the situation. Let's just talk brass monkeys here. Talk tax. Let's do it properly." And
I prefer talking brass monkeys.
no, brass
I like
monkeys
that.
is cold, actually. Sorry. Well, I've forgotten what I was going to say there, but let's actually be realistic.
Yes.
And we all know the project is good. We know the product is good. We know the Emirate is good. But it's better to really talk about how people are feeling right now, and it's that sentiment that really is damaging the whole of the UAE. So despite the fact that this report is talking about Aldar doing this, that, and the other, which is correct and rightly so, it is portraying that positivity, which again we have to be, and there's really no reason not to be in that respect. We're a very wealthy country, and one that can sustain a lot of knocks, if I can put it that way. Sure. This is a financial one, which could potentially continue with the economic situation as well, with oil, etc. But we have the reserves, we have the stamina, and these stories are, in my opinion, good stories, as you said, not just for Abu Dhabi but for Dubai as well, because they've got the villa communities, in Dubai land as well, Aldar, and then will continue to be so. And it's an amazing developer as well, so it's all good.
That's right. Well, it's the will as well to move forward, which is important. It's the confidence in the market. That's what's interesting. The demand is strong. particularly from UAE nationals, GCC investors as well, particularly at the moment. And of course, you've got long-term expat
So they
residents.
see the value of the product,
That's the point.
the developer, and more importantly, the country. Yes, at the moment it's the foreign investors that perhaps are sitting on their hands a bit, but mark my words, they are still very curious. I did a webinar on Saturday with my colleague, and we were targeting East Coast American investors, and the feedback was really, really good. I mean, we had to try and put the record straight because America has this habit of clubbing the Middle East as one place, not sort of regional. We had to explain exactly how we felt as residents, what was going on here on the ground, and what we were trying to do to mitigate, if you like, this hurdle, this massive hurdle that we've got to get over. And it was well received. Lots of questions. So we'll be doing more of those. And I think that's where real estate brokers should be. They should be educators now, consultants, advisors, rather than still people phoning up saying, you've clicked on my advert when I haven't, and would you like to buy this property?
Yeah, no, for sure. You said that before, and I think that's a really important point to make. We need to go to the news. I'm also going to come back and talk to you about some of the launches that we've seen and are continuing to see. As you said, levels not where they were. Probably a good thing because we just can't keep up.
Correct.
And it's not just age that we can't keep up with either. It's just there are so many. That's to come. Mario Volpi is here. He's Senior VP for Investment Advisory at Allegiance Real Estate. More after the news. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
Good morning, it's 9:30 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. The UAE is set for unsettled weather conditions through weekend with dust, rough seas and a chance of light rain according to the National Center of Meteorology. Today, conditions are expected to be partly cloudy to cloudy at times, with a slight drop in temperatures, particularly in western areas. From Thursday into Friday, weather will remain fair to partly cloudy, with humid conditions at night and early morning, raising the likelihood of fog or mist in coastal and internal areas. The UAE has reaffirmed its commitment to food security and stable markets. The Minister of Economy, Abdullah bin Tuq Al-Mari, visited a major food manufacturing company in Abu Dhabi to review supply chains and stock levels. He said the UAE has strong infrastructure and flexible supply systems. These help ensure a steady supply of food across local markets. His visit also aimed to strengthen cooperation between the public and private sectors. Officials say national food companies play a key role in supporting production stability and economic diversification. U.S. stock markets made gains last night following a powerful rally across Wall Street to wrap up Q1. Market reports say that investors reacted to comments from U.S. President Donald Trump when he signaled a possible easing of tensions with Iran. Futures linked to the S&P 500 rose about 0.2%. Nasdaq futures gained around 0.3%, while Dow futures edged up slightly. During the day, all three major indexes recorded their strongest gains in over a month. Oil prices fell as stocks rose. Brent crude dropped about 3% to near $104 a barrel. Investors are now watching key economic data, including jobs and manufacturing reports due this week. And now, a quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading at 68,417 US dollars. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.51 Indian rupees, 76.02 Pakistani rupees, 33.39 Bangladeshi taka, 16.44 Philippine peso, 14.84 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.86 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on Telegram and WhatsApp. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
It's real estate on the morning drive this morning. Mira Volpe is here, still sticking around. That came out not as I intended. I apologise. Senior Vice President for Investment Advisory at Allegiance Real Estate. Mira Volpe is here and he is welcome.
Well,
That's
you haven't
better.
kicked me out yet, so that's quite good.
No, well, I'd have nobody to talk to. It'd just be a crazy old man in a glass room talking to himself, which, yeah, could be entertaining. I'm not sure how entertaining. We've been talking, Mario, about Alda on track to deliver 3,500 UAE homes. That's the story. There was one more thing I wanted to put to you here about this. Why this matters at this time. And we were talking about, positive messages just now. But it's going to help me demand. It's Abu Dhabi and Dubai as well. There's the confidence thing. At a time when investors are more cautious, that's a reasonable way to put it, I think. Financial strength and confidence is a good thing. But the other side of this is developers continuing to build and build fairly aggressively. 3,500 new homes is a hefty number, but it's that long-term optimism, I think, that's important to kind of highlight. And I say that because that's a decent way to continue to think. I think is a good way to.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, but also that they have a duty of care for their sellers anyway. I mean, they've got to develop these, and they've got to deliver them. A developer can be 12 months in arrears in terms of delivery dates, but prior to all of this, in fact, it's quite rare to have a developer to be late. In fact, some of them were in fact early, which causes another problem as well if the buyer doesn't necessarily have the money. But then they can always defer it as per the payment plan. So even if a developer is early, they still follow the payment plan, but they've just done their job. So the delays, look, are inevitable, and I think potentially the longer this goes on in terms of logistics and moving glass and steel and all sorts of materials around could impact further down the line. But right now, there's no reason at all why certainly construction should be halted. In terms of project launches, obviously you've got a snapshot there of the whole market, including Abu Dhabi as well. From a more micro level, I can tell you that developers are still wanting to come to our offices to do presentations, and to discuss how we can work together better. What are our not so much what our issues are, but what our challenges are, which obviously is quite obvious what the challenges are, but just how can they assist. So that hasn't stopped, although to be fair, it has definitely slowed down. I mean, we were getting literally 2 to 4 developers a week wanting to pick 2 dates, because we have 2 dates every week, so Tuesday and a Thursday, where people would come and talk. And in the end, we just had to say, look, enough, because you talked about we can't keep up, and I mentioned this before. I don't know how the agents kept up. Yeah. There was just too much. Now, of course, if you try to do everything, that's where it becomes, just crazy. And so we were saying to a lot of our brokers, look, just either pick a developer or a series of developers, or pick an area and focus on those rather than trying to be everything to everyone. Because the marketplace will want a studio at 500,000-600,000, like they're quite happy to pay, 1.5 million for a studio, and everything in between. If we just took in one asset class there, you then multiply that out over different areas, different developers, different quality. It's just too much. And so I've said before, and again I say it with a bit of a bottom line, that it's weird, but in a weird way, this scenario that we find ourselves in is helping to clean up the industry a bit, because there were too many developers, too many brokers, too many brokerages, and so when you have an industry that gets paid on commission only, it very quickly people will realize, well, if I can't earn anything here, I'll move on. So hopefully only the best survive. depending on how long it goes. But yeah, there's definitely going to be some changes. And ironically, we were talking before I came in, and something that I've been thinking about before. I'm not even sure how or what, when this might or may not even happen. But we should look at the industry and get away from this commission-only basis, because I think the agent that evolves on a commission-only is one of desperation and again becomes just that pushy salesman. That's why we've got such a bad name. If you're a proper advisor and have a basic salary, no matter what that is, even if it's for a short period of time, but certainly at the beginning, and then you can move on to commission only if that's what you want rather than what the brokerage does, and the brokerage pays less commission. So it matters more about what the client wants rather than me, because I'm getting this commission. I just think it's an opportunity, and I don't know who listens to this show, but if the land department is listening, I think it's an opportunity to maybe clean up. It's driven by brokerages, I understand, but sometimes when you're an outlier and you try to change something like that, because why do you need 200, 300 agents? When you've got 50, is it not enough? But pay them. Pay less commission, more basic. They can live, they can survive. But maybe this is a topic for another time. But it did highlight to me that this scenario, this situation that we're in, does give us time to maybe clean up our house a bit.
Where we are in time at this point highlights that, doesn't it? Because it's very difficult for lots of the agents. We are seeing people leaving, and it's not just the silly ones, the Muppets, if you like, Muppets, that maybe aren't affecting the market in the most positive of ways. Maybe there is kind of root and branch change needed. Maybe it should be more based on, the situation at the moment is that the barrier to entry is low.
Very low.
You can just come and set up. You don't need to know the market at all. There is an examination that you need to pass, but that the quality of the examination, the quality of the candidate would go up if the examination was that little bit harder. So there's an argument there that there's a lot of improvement needed on that side of the industry. So I see that. I can't disagree with you.
Yeah, it's good to talk about it. Whether anything happens, who knows? I'm not quite sure how these things, start to change. But real estate as an industry, the world, with one or two exceptions, maybe America is one of those. It's not exactly a renowned industry where people sort of go to university. I want to be an estate agent. You go to uni to be a doctor, to be a dentist, to be a lawyer. These kind of things. You don't do it. So what I'm trying to say is, apart from America, where it is a renowned industry, at least more of a respected one. In the UK, it's a joke. And even here, with all the different nationalities and nuances and how people work, they kind of bring the industry into disrepute a little bit. But sometimes it's not even their fault. They've been set a task without necessarily the tools to do that task. And then you add in the fact that, I'm not going to pay you anything unless you do that. Well, of course, human nature is I'm going to do everything I can to get to that and be able to sort of survive and pay for my family. So
there is root and branch change needed in lots of ways. Okay, so I don't know how you affect that, how you bring that into reality. Yeah. But it's an important job because we all need to leave somewhere. And the simple fact is, and I'm going to come down very firmly on the side of the real estate agent for a change. If you find and you are linked to a really good real estate agent, that has real value. I think
we've always said that. If you do find someone that literally you can relate to, and remember, a good agent is someone who you would remember to call to either validate what you're thinking or to challenge what you're thinking, if you're talking about investments.
Exactly right. And proper local knowledge.
And that if you have that kind of, if an agent has a relationship like that with a client, well, that's amazing. And half the time, even the person you've bought through, 6 months later, you won't even remember the name of the company, let alone the name of the agent. In the main, I'm saying. Yeah. And so that's why I think we also have an opportunity in this particular market to to be that, first of all, that advisor, and then you become that trusted advisor. The trust comes afterwards with credibility, with knowledge. And it's difficult for new agents as well when they're coming in because they're starting from scratch. And it's just like a bun fight. It literally is. It's this survival mode because, yes, you're living off your savings that you've brought from wherever country you are, and you may have brought enough, or you may not have brought enough, because there are agents, that haven't done deals for months and months and months, and that's even in a good market, in a bull market that we were in. Imagine them now, and that's why there is sort of panic, and that's why most of the public don't necessarily even listen to what agents have to say, because the majority of them are just talking nonsense, because they know that either these people are desperate, they don't have my interest at heart, it's their own interest at heart. And that's, I think, where the industry has an opportunity to change that narrative. And if we can do that, maybe we have a chance of either taking a step closer to more the American system, or who knows, there'll be a whole load of kids going to university who want to become estate agents if it becomes a proper, what I call a proper renowned industry, rather than just one that you kind of fall into.
Maybe they could be lectured by Professor Volpe. What do you think?
Crikey.
That'd be good. Get you an honorary doctorate in Dubai and UAE real estate with Mario Volpe. There's a book deal in there as well.
Well, I've often said that there's a book in my head. I'm not sure I'd want to put down everything that I'd want to write in it.
I would urge caution. Maybe don't write all that stuff down, Mario. Yeah. That's evidence. So look, another thing I wanted to talk to you about, we were talking about releases and launches, and there are still launches happening. You a testament to that. Not as many as there were, and I would contend that's probably a good thing. I don't know where anything is anymore. I make no bones about that. I just can't follow it. People come up and say this. Oh, did you read about that? And I'm like, where is that? I haven't got a clue.
Look, you've got to remember that when you're what's the word?
You're behind the times?
No.
Old?
No. It's of no interest to you at the moment.
Fair enough. Yeah,
and what I mean by that is, unless you are actively looking to buy a property,
true,
the real estate market, despite what we do here on a Wednesday morning, is, you deal with it and then you put it to one side. There's no interest to you. And it's only when you are, if you're getting married, everywhere you look, there are wedding magazines. You start to see brides everywhere. You see things like that.
That's true.
If your wife is pregnant, all of a sudden you just see pregnant ladies everywhere. So because you're not attached to it, that's why oh, did I see that? I didn't see that, because it's not part of your repertoire. So it's not a criticism on you. That's just human nature. So if you were thinking about buying, for example, all of a sudden you become more interested in it and you'll start to listen a little bit more. So that would be my take on what you just said. But I think it is, unless you don't have any property, the majority of people in the UAE does, and so they are going to be interested about their investment and see what's going on. But look, we're in a cycle. This has just accelerated perhaps something that was coming anyway. This, and I use the word stability rather than correction, was coming. It's just come a little bit earlier, and maybe it's come a little bit steeper, purely and simply because people are waiting. We are still in the middle of it. Every day passes that I have hope that something is going to be better or change. But in times of war, everyone's a liar. It's all propaganda. And if you listen to one side, they're saying X. If you listen to the other side, even if you're part of that side, they're saying Y. There's bits of truth in everything, and there's lies in everything, because nobody shows their hand. It makes me laugh when these reporters talk to Trump and say on his plane, "Oh, what's your next move, Donald? Well, if I'm going to tell you that, So it just makes me laugh. But there is a lot of talk. There is a lot of reporting. You just have to take everything with a pinch of salt. And unless you see it with your own eyes, you've
got to be very careful where you get your information
and that's
from.
Also why I think the government here have clamped down on sort of sharing and what have you. I think potentially they may have gone completely the other way as well. But it's true. There's just so much nonsense being shared, and that spreads panic. And so they're 100% right in what they're doing. We just have to be careful, acknowledge, and stick to the facts based on what the government is putting out, and there's been transparency there. Every day we are told how many missiles, whether they're cruise or ballistic, and drones are coming. They don't have to.
It's recorded.
It doesn't necessarily always hit my area. So sometimes I think, we've had a day of nothing, but then all of a sudden I hear we've had 8 ballistic missiles. Well, where did they go to? And wow, just absolutely wow.
It is a remarkable time, but here's the thing: there are still launches. I was going to run through a few with you because I just was interested in what you had to say.
We're
about
talking
it.
property launches, obviously.
These are property, yeah.
We were talking missiles, and now you're talking launches.
There are times when I inadvertently use phrases, and I think, no, that was
I just thought
that
put
wasn't
a bit
good.
of calm everywhere.
No,
Property launches, talk to me.
You're absolutely right to pull me up on that. So this is a story that's been in the media this week. It was 29th, so over the weekend. It's this particular piece, Gulf Today, but it's everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay. These are the launches. Dubai residential commercial launches. Emaar, Gulf Valley within Emaar South, 262 units. National Properties, which is part of National Bonds.
Yes,
I think.
Yes.
New commercial tower, Barsha Heights. That's about 500 million dirhams. Zoya Developments, the Nove project in Dubai Land. Do you know that?
No.
Nove project. There you go. That is investments exceeding 200 million dirhams. OAM Real Estate Development have launched Rise Residences in Wasan. Do you know that one?
Many of these, I have to say, I've not heard of because, you have to see that the market had opened up so much so that when I first came to Dubai, it was literally just the 4 or 5 known developers that worked in that market because nobody trusted anybody else. Yeah. Then you bring in the escrow law, which protects the investor, and so it doesn't matter. So now you have all these other developers, whether they're unknown, homegrown, or known in their country, but they're coming here unknown. So yes, obviously a few I know of them, but a lot of these I don't. But it doesn't make the project bad, or it doesn't make them.
Not at all. No.
It's just testimony to how the marketplace had evolved.
Well, that's the point, and that's the key to this, because I was looking through this and I was thinking, there'll be a few, but it's a long list of developments going ahead. There's loads more. DMCC, additional details for the Uptown area.
But Uptown is something that was already there, and they're just sort of tightening some screws, if you like, or just making it all
making sure the gypsum fits.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. But a 600-meter, more than 600-meter tower there. DR development. Lots of different things. The Janat project in the project in the Midtown.
Well, they're making sure that they're finishing
City
it again.
Finishing that, exactly.
So that's not new.
Azizi have launched Creek Views 4.
Okay.
In Jeddah. So 1, 2, and 3, I think, are around about over 50% completion. Q2 2026. Dubai Investments Real Estate, continued construction works in line with schedules. They're saying no specifics there. Bingati, talking about construction activities progressing.
Well, they launched. They were very aggressive. I mean, the last launch I went to was the Mercedes City, where it was 13 towers, if I remember rightly, 12 or 13 towers. And plus they had a lot of development in Business Bay. Yep. So they were very, very aggressive. I think with them now it's a case of just you've launched, the boat's gone, right? Keep it going. Mm-hmm. Keep it going. Mm-hmm. Sail to the jib, or jib to the sail, is it? Make sure it just keeps going in the right direction.
I like that.
If it's a sailing boat, yeah,
that's a nice analogy. Beyond developments.
Very good. Now, Beyond have got the largest number of plots in Maritime City.
That's right.
Beyond are a subsidiary of Omniat. It's funny because I hope they don't mind me likening them to this. You've got Rolex and you've got Tudor, right?
Yes,
Tudor is
Rolex, but a sub-brand, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, but the mechanics is still Rolex inside. And I'm a big fan of Tudor watches, actually. I do like their styles and things. Love the Rolex, etc. Omniat is Rolex, and Beyond is the Tudor. So Beyond belongs to Omniat. They say it's the more affordable end of the market. Honestly, their prices are are up there. Yes, they're not as high as Omniat, obviously, but then the offering is different. Omniats don't do like one bedrooms here, whereas Beyond do, but the quality is amazing, absolutely amazing. And they have developments in Dubai Island and Maritime City. So they're the biggest developer in terms of numbers of plots. And actually they came to see us also on Monday, so they're quite fresh in my mind. A good developer. So yeah, they're consolidating Maritime City.
That's right.
So yeah, good projects as well. Just 10-minute drive to downtown.
Yeah, it's 8 million square feet in Maritime City. It's a huge amount. Damac Properties. Let's move to Abu Dhabi actually. Aldar continuing with operational activities progressing steadily. February the 10th, they launched the Baccarat Residences Saadiyat project in the Cultural District in Abu Dhabi. That's
very high end.
It's super
Baccarat,
high end,
and also Saadiyat is top end.
Modon, who I've only just started hearing about.
Yeah, I mean that's a government developer as well, doing really, really, really well in Al Hudriyat Island, and also they've. I don't remember whether it was actually Moodon, but there's I hate to say it, the Manchester City Residences on the canal opposite.
Your teeth were so gritted.
It hurt me to say that because they sold out on the launch as well. Very good. First of all, very good developer, very good project, excellent location on the facing the water, facing the canal in front of Yas, which is a destination to behold. I mean, when Yas, I suppose, is finished, who knows when that will be, because they just continue to build. But with Disney coming and all the offerings that it currently has, it's an amazing island, the entertainment island. And so with these residences being sort of in front, it's actually Ohana. Sorry, it's just come to me. Ohana is the developer, not Moodon. For the Man City Residences, and again they've all followed Damac, because Damac started with Chelsea Residences, and actually Damac's a bit of a pioneer really, because it started all this either giving away a car when you buy this property. I'm talking about years and years ago.
Yeah, I remember
they've done it for Ramadan again this time, but the sponsorships, now everybody sponsors a football team. From Leos to Object One to obviously Beyond sponsoring PSG. Don't mention 8-2, please. And and a few others, and obviously Chelsea was Damac. But actually Damac have now moved on. They've gone one step ahead now. Now here's something.
Cool.
So they started to sponsor football teams, and everyone follows suit. They've now come away from that, and they're sponsoring the Red Bull Formula One team. So they're on the cars,
right,
and they're on the suits and the clothes and everything. So unfortunately for Damac, with the new electrical system, Red Bull is not doing very well, but they aligned themselves with obviously the world champion, with Max Verstappen. But it's gone the other way. Unfortunately, they should have maybe stuck with maybe Ferrari or the McLarens. But but what a sponsorship! I mean, that shows intent. It's not cheap to advertise in Formula One. Formula One is expensive.
Have you got any idea what that would cost?
It would be eye-watering.
Sure
I mean, I know that they were paying something like £1 million per game for the front of shirt sponsors at Chelsea, but they only did it sort of 6 times.
Well, that's still 5 million dirhams a pop.
No, hold on. Or was it? No, it was that's right. It was a million. That's right, because it would have been like 60 million for 60 games. Yeah. So yes, so around £5 or £6 million, not dirhams. No, this is major, absolutely major, and they're on the collars. So when the drivers get interviewed,
right,
you see Damac on one side, and as I say, it's on the car. It's beautiful. I mean, the hats off to their marketing, because you've got to pay it, and you've got to, but sometimes I get the feeling that a lot of these sports, these elitist sports, you have to be chosen. So it's not just about money. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yes, it seems
so
that way.
Again, hats off to them. Amazing sponsorship. And football is what I call the working man's game, as it were. It's a little bit more. I was going to say at our level, but maybe shouldn't really say that. Whereas Formula One, it's like horse racing. It's a sport of kings, and and therefore only a certain.
It's the
you know.
ultimate travelling. I was going to say circus. That does it down, but you know what I mean. It's an amazing spectacle.
So again, hats off to Damak.
That's all the time we've got today, unfortunately. We didn't get to your topics on the
It's
Dubai
okay.
Property Podcast, but maybe we'll look at next week's. I know that's out at the moment. Mira Volpe is Senior VP for Investment Advisory at Allegiance Real Estate, also behind a weekly column in the national newspaper and the Dubai Property Podcast. And it's always a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you very much, Tim.
Good to have you here. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 10 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Dubai is investing in its future workforce through a major student scholarship initiative. The Knowledge and Human Development Authority in Dubai has opened applications for the Dubai Distinguished Students Program for the year 2026 and 27. Over 300 scholarships are available, covering 50% of tuition fees at schools rated good or above. WAM reports the program targets high-achieving Emirati students. Abdallah Mohammed Al-Awar, CEO of the Knowledge Fund establishment, said investing in top Emirati talent supports Dubai's vision for sustainable development and global competitiveness. Applications are open until the April 14th via the KHDA website. Dubai South has opened a new distribution center by Hellman Caliber Healthcare Logistics. Officials say it is the company's fifth facility in the UAE, boosting healthcare supply, capacity, and delivery. The center handles temperature-sensitive medical products. It also strengthens Dubai South's role as a key hub for regional and global supply chains. India is facing concerns over the safety of undersea internet cables in the Strait of Hormuz and the Red Sea. Reports say about 60% of India's internet traffic passes through these links from Mumbai to Europe. Disruption could slow internet speeds and affect digital services and cloud networks across the country. Experts say it would be hard to disrupt all cables, but some slowdowns are possible. Dubai gold prices rose today, continuing a short-term rebound after a sharp fall in March. Reports say the 24-carat gold reached about 567 dirhams per gram, up from 563 dirhams yesterday. 22-carat gold rose to around 525 dirhams, up from 522 dirhams. Gold prices had dropped nearly 12% last month, the biggest drop in a month since October 2008. Traders say the decline has reset the market, with buyers returning gradually. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
It's the morning drive. This is Mira Business FM. Next up, if you're planning to invest in diamonds, question first of all, be aware you'll need $1 million just to start. That's where we're going next at Mira Business FM.
Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
This is the Morning Drive. Next up, we're talking investments, but where do diamonds belong in an investment portfolio is a question to answer. Is the diamond market just for the ultra-wealthy? And also, lab-grown diamonds are on the rise, so does that mean that natural stones are under pressure? Lots of questions to put to our guest. Rodion Kazanzenko is the founder and CEO of Magnat Family, DMCC. He's something of a diamond expert, has insight into both the natural and the lab-grown markets. Rodion, it's good to meet you.
Thank you for inviting, and good morning.
It's good to have you here. Now, your firm, Magnat Family, operates both Magnat Fine Jewelry, which is the natural stuff, and seed jewelry, which is the lab-grown stuff.
Yes.
There's a distinction there. Could you simplify that, the differences between the two to begin with, just for people listening that aren't into the diamond world?
Yeah, we have two jewelry brands. One who operates natural diamonds, and another one lab-grown diamonds. It's totally different, things.
Mm-hmm.
Natural we offer to our clients like an investment, not just a beautiful thing, just a daily jewelry. It's like a real financial tool, because with some specific characteristics you can save and increase your capital.
Okay.
But if we're talking about lab-grown diamonds, it's a very good option for those who want to look on $1 million but don't want to spend $1 million.
Okay.
Yes, and it's absolutely same mineral, 100% carbon, with same chemical, physical, optical characteristics, and the main difference is only value. Lab-grown diamonds doesn't have any value. It's just for enjoying every day.
Okay, but they look and they sparkle and they appear...
Totally same, yes, totally same. And we do the same quality of jewelry for both of brands. Of course, with lab-grown diamonds, we have more creativity. We can make some special diamond cuts. We can make some interesting designs. And if we're talking about natural, it's more like a classic, something like timeless, which was actual 100 years ago and will be actual after 100 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, my perception of diamonds is that, for an engagement ring, I'm supposed to spend a month's salary, which I think was De Beers or whoever it was at that time. It's still a perception, I think.
It's kind of a rule that you should spend 3 of your salaries on an engagement ring.
You don't say that out loud. Just stick with 1, because you're scaring
It depends on the salary,
Yeah, I suppose so. How did the two different assets? I mean, a natural stone can clearly fit into an investment portfolio, certainly as a store of value, I would guess.
Yeah. First of all, I want to say that there is a very big false stereotype about natural diamonds, that all of them are valuable. No, that's not
It's not true.
Yes, it's not true.
Okay.
Only 20% of natural diamonds can be used in jewelry, and only 3% of that 20% diamonds which are used in jewelry can be used like an investment. So they are very rare, and it's very specific kind of characteristics. Only on my opinion, the best investment is fancy, vivid color diamonds, especially pink or blue.
Right.
For example, people can mine them once in 2-3 years. So they're extremely rare.
It's a really scarce commodity, very rare commodity. Yeah. Okay, I understand that. So my perception would be that if I was to become a serious diamond investor, it's a very high entry point.
Yes. Unfortunately, it's very high entry point, and all other people who are talking that you can buy 1 carat round diamond, flawless, and it will be an investment. No, that's not true. Because after lab-grown diamonds started to shake market, natural diamonds goes down each week. I'm I'm working on Diamonds Exchange for 11 years. I'm a member of Dubai Diamonds Exchange, of a lot of other exchanges, and I see all these prices. They're going down each Friday. Like Rappaport is renewing, and we see what's going on. So if you want to invest, you shouldn't go to boutique or some big brands or some jewelry stores. you should go direct to diamond brokers, to diamond exchange companies who can provide you direct source of the real and rare stones. Or, of course, you can go to some auctions, Sotheby's, Christie's, and find there something pretty rare and valuable.
Okay, and that's if you're looking from an investment perspective. So hence why you say it's 3 months' salary now, because you can get a better diamond than you could a few years ago.
It can save some part of your money if we're talking about just an engagement ring or some good quality natural stone, but it wouldn't go up. We're talking about situation right now. Maybe after 5 years something will change. Who knows? But now diamond market looks like this.
Well, I can imagine, but the supply of natural stones is finite. I mean, there's only a certain amount that we could mine.
Yes, and why colorless and small stones are going down? Because lab-grown diamonds, like they're changing, they're taking their place, and there is no sense to buy some small stones and like invest or just pay a huge amount. You can pay 10 times smaller amount and have absolutely same quality product.
And as you say, you can look $1 million without having to spend $1 million.
Yes.
How does I'm interested? I know very little. I'm aware that there are natural stones, there are lab-grown stones. How do you grow a carbon-based entity like a diamond?
Yes, there's two ways how you can grow diamond: CVD and HPHT. HPHT is a procedure which, like, absolutely same how it grows in the earth. High pressure and high temperature.
Okay.
CVD, it's chemical vapor procedure, and it's more controlled by people. So we use CVD because we can make best quality. For example, like I can say that lab-grown diamonds were used in industrial all the time, and in last 5 years they became mainstream because people understood how to make top quality lab-grown diamonds. Z diamonds, which looks absolutely same like investment quality of natural diamonds. And it's a new opportunity for consumers to enjoy the beautiful diamonds.
Okay. Let's get back to investing. How does diamond investing compared to, given where we are now, the uncertain times economically, it's a tougher time at the moment. But how does diamond investing compare to other hard assets or gold, for example?
To be honest, I don't like to compare diamonds like an investment tool with something else.
Okay.
Why? Because for my opinion, diamonds is like a anti-crisis tool. It's your safety tool, because when we have some difficult situation in politics, economics, or even like we have here in Dubai or in my home country in Ukraine.
Sure.
Yeah. What will you take with you if you need to leave country? You wouldn't take your gold because it's too heavy. You wouldn't take your cars or houses. Your bank accounts will be frozen. Your business will stop. So what we have? Only diamonds. This is the smallest type of value concentration in the world. There is nothing like diamonds which can concentrate millions and millions of dollars in 1 centimeter.
It's a good point, because when you were saying that there, you said you don't like to compare it to gold, and I was thinking, well, it is, in a way, it's a safe haven investment in the same way as gold, but I hadn't considered the weight issue.
Yeah.
At all.
Yeah, it's very easy to transport from one country to another country, and the concentration of value is insane. Like there is no tools which can concentrate such a huge amounts in something such a small. And so, for my opinion, diamonds is more like a diversification tool. Like all wealthy men should have like different
to make
assets.
sure that you have lots of different,
something in gold, something in diamonds, something in other tools, and diamonds, it's one of them. It's long-term investment. It's not short-term investment, and like you can't buy it and resell for like bigger amount.
You would trade. No.
For trade, you should be like me, to work on diamond exchange and.
You should be doing the lab-grown stuff and the jewelry and I understand.
But
What characteristics make a diamond really investment grade? You mentioned earlier, rare colors, but what else is there?
Only the rarest pieces can be a real investment.
Right.
It's fancy colored diamonds, which are not white, you have another color, and only two colors, intense and vivid.
Okay.
It's like most beautiful color which we can see in colored diamonds, and they're the rarest. It can be pink, blue, red, green, sometimes yellow, but only vivid. So like mostly it's about color diamonds.
Yeah. Okay.
Colorless diamonds we can use only like huge rocks, like
Bigger the better.
Yeah, like
okay.
20, 30, 50, 100 carat, but of course it should be very high color and high clarity.
Right,
If you will buy some 100 carat, K SI2, it wouldn't be an investment. It will look bad and it wouldn't save your money. But if we're talking about a high combination of characteristics, it's also rare. So the key point in diamond investment is the rareness of the stone.
Gotcha.
Of course, you should buy it from a right source. If you will go to, some reseller who will ask me to find this diamond, you will have some middleman and extra value, and it wouldn't be an investment.
I was going to ask you about that. When it comes to, you need to buy in diamonds from a trusted broker, obviously, but there is a certification level necessary, I'm sure.
For diamonds, of course, it should be GA certified.
Right.
Yeah. And it should be, as you mentioned, trusted seller, because now one of the biggest issue of the market is unprofessional traders who doesn't know what they're selling. And because of this, we have these false stereotypes that all diamonds are valuable. They can sell you 3 carat stone and tell it's best investment for you. But I'm working with my clients honestly. I can sell them lab-grown diamonds from my lab-grown brand Seed Jewelry. I can sell them natural diamond from Magnat Fine Jewelry, but I will tell them that it's not a direct investment. It's just your preference. If you want natural, okay, use them, like for your personal. But if we're talking about investment, it's really high entry point, and you should work only with trusted sellers, and don't look just on the websites or images, because now you can make any image easily.
Yeah, for sure. No.
You should speak with people in this market and have some recommendations, and to understand who is this person in a real. Because
the common sense logic here is, this is your money, this is an investment decision, and this is a very high entry point, high value entry to investment as well. So due diligence and research.
Yeah, it's very close market, and everyone knows each other who is on a top level.
You're based here in Dubai.
Yep.
Dubai is the world's largest diamond trading hub. DMCC have just moved to join the Natural Diamond Council. What does that mean for the confidence of people that come to you want to become private diamond investors? If they're worried about the long-term kind of resale value of stones that have been mined, what does this decision, this move mean?
Of course, Dubai Diamonds Exchange, now it's number one in the world.
Yes.
And it's number one not only for, I don't know how to say it, for quantity, for selling quantity.
Okay.
Yeah, it's number one for people who is working on this market, because now we have here everyone, as you mentioned, World Diamond Council, GAA is based here. All the top biggest companies, biggest names are here, and we're talking about trust for this market. So, if you are looking to buy something in Dubai, it's right decision. You can say like this.
Because we are known as a hub of so many different things, but we're also a diamond trading hub now. What effect have lab-grown diamonds had on the pricing of natural stones? You mentioned a little bit about that earlier on. There's been how much of an effect has there been in real terms?
Already minus 30%. Natural diamonds since 2024 dropped on 30%.
30% in less than 2 years.
Yes, and no one talking about it. That's why I told that we're working honestly with our clients. If you will go to some jewelry store, jewelry boutique, jewelry brand, they have same prices which were 2 years ago, and no one will tell you that prices are going down.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. It's a market that I don't follow. It's not something I consider really, and I had no idea.
I'm speaking with a lot of clients each day, and I understand which information they have. Like they think that everything fine, everything good, and natural diamonds will grow each year, and each stone is valuable.
Okay.
This is a big problem of the market because there is no information, like open information. To find some information about this market, you should work a lot. You should ask a lot of people and make a good research. And even while you will do this research, like you can find not true information, because those people who just want to make money. But we want our clients feel the benefits of owning diamonds, even natural or lab-grown diamonds. Because it's natural diamonds, it's for investment. Lab-grown diamonds, it's for enjoying.
Generally speaking,
yes.
Yeah, okay. Do lab-grown diamonds hold? Is there an investment value at all?
Nothing.
Really, nothing at all.
No, that's zero. After purchasing, it's zero. Just like a jewelry piece, like for gold and a little bit for design.
Okay.
Like 10-20% it can save for that money which you sell.
Okay, so you can design a diamond, I guess, almost to order in terms of cut, clarity, color.
Yeah, we can do any shape of diamond. For example, we have diamond in the shape of Ukrainian map. We have diamond in the shape of flamingo body, toucan beak, wing of parrot, wing of hummingbird, a lot of different interesting things. And it's about creativity, and you can make it easily, and you shouldn't pay $100,000 of dollars. Wow. It will cost a little bit in comparing with natural diamonds.
Okay, so I don't know if I can make a price comparison. Let's take a reasonable quality
compare
1 carat natural stone. To a 1 carat
lab-grown. That's not the best.
Okay.
Yeah, I can tell, for example, like vivid color diamonds, which I told are a real investment. In natural, it will cost millions of dollars. For example, $2 million. In lab-grown diamond, I can sell the same in $20,000.
It's a huge difference.
Yeah, it's thousands of percent. Yeah.
So I could look like I'm worth more than 20 dirhams. That's
and
remarkable.
you will look absolutely the same. And if you're driving Rolls Royce, no one will think that you're using like lab-grown diamond or something like this. And a lot of people do like this. They buy lab-grown diamonds and they're mixing with natural diamonds. And our clients also, we're working 11 years on this market and have a lot of Ukrainian clients, wealthy Ukrainian clients. And they have good collections of natural diamonds, but since 2023, when we started to work with lab-grown diamonds, they started to mix with lab-grown diamonds.
And you're starting to see that more and more.
Yeah.
People mixing and matching. I guess that just enhances...
Yeah, and no one can find the difference. Even like gemologist or some expert, even myself, no one can do this. Only in laboratory you can understand which is natural, which is lab-grown diamond.
Okay. Even those people with those
the
things in their eyes.
If he will tell that I see the difference, he's lying.
Really?
Yes.
It's that advanced?
Yes.
I've learned a great deal from you this morning, I have to say. So I mean, the thing is, in this case, it's the flaws in the natural diamond or those tiny, tiny flaws. Is that a perception of more value? Because that's the way they're going to stand out, aren't they? I'm trying to understand the relationship, because if you can make a perfect lab-grown diamond, and it's the same in every way, it's carbon, it's...
but natural diamonds will finish someday, because of this, they have some value, and it's very difficult to mine top quality diamond.
But if you can't tell the difference...
I mean, you can't mine a lot of fancy vivid diamonds. You can find one in 2 years. But if we're talking about lab-grown diamonds, you can create 10, 20, 30, 50 a month, how much as you want, how many as you want. And because of this, we have the difference in value, which is difficult to create. It has a value.
Okay. So in this market, investors need to make their decisions very, very carefully.
Yep.
Which regions are driving demand and influencing prices?
If we're talking about consumers, it's, of course, USA. They're the main consumers of any type of diamonds. But if we're talking about producing, that's India. Because 70-80% of producing diamonds, it's concentrated in India. Mining, it's Africa, but producing, when you mine a diamond, you should cut it.
Yeah, sure.
And 70-80% of all the diamonds in the world are cut in India because of very low prices.
Really? Oh, okay, that makes sense. I was under the impression it was. I thought it was Belgium, actually.
No, Europe is
not there at all.
Now it's done. I can say like this.
Wow.
Yeah. Belgium, London, Israel. We also worked with a lot of diamond exchanges all over the world. But now, main, it's Dubai, a trading hub. And if we're talking about producing, it's India.
It's remarkable. Final question for you, and I had to look this up. And I'm going to ask you to put two stones side by side. If you had to put your own money into a stone as a relatively long-term investment, let's say a decade, let's say 10 years, what are you choosing? Natural, round, brilliant, or really high-spec, lab-grown, fancy color?
No way. No, you can't
Always
ask me
natural.
this after our conversation.
I know.
Yeah,
But it is always natural stones.
Yes, always natural.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fascinating. It is. I really enjoyed talking to you. I say that to a lot of people, but I really do mean that. Rodion Kazantzenko is the founder and CEO, Magnat Family DMCC, a diamond expert. Learning this morning. Rodion, thank you.
Thank you for inviting.
Appreciate it. This is Mira Business FM. It's the Morning Drive. The news is next.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 10:30 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. The UAE has reaffirmed its commitment to food security and stable markets. The Minister of Economy, Abdullah bin Tuq Al-Mari, visited a major food manufacturing company in Abu Dhabi to review supply chains and stock levels. He said the UAE has strong infrastructure and flexible supply systems. These help ensure a steady supply of food across local markets. The visit also aimed to strengthen cooperation between the public and private sectors. Officials say national food companies play a key role in supporting production stability and economic diversification. Dubai gold prices rose today, continuing a short-term rebound after a sharp fall in March. Reports say 24-karat gold reached about 567 dirhams per gram, up from 563 dirhams yesterday. 22-karat gold rose to around 525 dirhams, up from 522 dirhams. Gold prices had dropped nearly 12% last month, which was the biggest drop in a month since October 2028. Traders say the decline has reset the market, with buyers returning gradually. U.S. stock futures made gains last night following a powerful rally across Wall Street to wrap up quarter one. Market reports say investors reacted to comments from U.S. President Donald Trump as he signaled a possible easing of tensions with Iran. Futures linked to the S&P 500 rose about 0.2%. Nasdaq futures gained around 0.3%, while Dow futures edged up slightly. During the day, all three major indexes recorded their strongest gains in over a month. Oil prices fell as stocks rose. Brent crude dropped about 3% to near $104 a barrel. Investors are now watching key economic data, including jobs and manufacturing reports, which are due this week. And now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading at $68,755. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham is about 25.51 Indian rupees today, 76.02 Pakistani rupees, 33.39 Bangladeshi taka, 16.44 Philippine peso, 14.84 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.86 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our WhatsApp and Telegram. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio. Mira Business FM, the sound of success.
It's Mira Business FM. The UAE's event scene is a vibrant scene. Concerts, festivals, there are major global gatherings, but it's hit pause amidst regional tensions. Some events are on hold. The biggest story, though, might be one of resilience. The UAE's built one of the world's most dynamic, I think it's fair to say, tourism and events economies. History has shown that it has a strong ability to bounce back. But what is the real economic impact when it is disrupted? And could this actually set the stage for an even stronger rebound? Those are some of the questions. Joining us to discuss those, Dr. Yelena Yunusovic is Associate Professor and Deputy Global Head of Accounting, Economics and Finance at Edinburgh Business School, Heriot-Watt University in Dubai. Dr. Yelena, it's good to be able to welcome you back.
Thank you for having me, and good morning to your listeners.
We've got you perfectly well over Zoom. I can hear you fine. Thanks for coming back on. To begin with, can you quantify the importance of the events and the concert sector to the UAE economy? Can you put that in context for us?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. And we discussed this several weeks ago. We had a little bit different perspective at the moment, right? The events were a little bit different, but absolutely. Events and concert sector in UAE is having really a strategic economic role. And it is not simply the part of the entertainment industry. It's really acting as a high impact demand generator within the non-oil economy, which is activating aviation, hospitality, retail, transport, and the broader service sector and service ecosystem simultaneously. So from a macroeconomic perspective, this sector contributes through the tourism inflows as a form of a service export, because tourism is actually export. It is also contributing through the high value consumption and global positioning of the UAE as a destination. So event-driven demand is extremely valuable and actually very specific for the international events is the 30 to 50% of attendees are non-residents. So these are international visitors who are, as experience, spending 20 to 40% more per them than average tourists. So for UAE events, and this is very important to stress, are not peripheral, they are embedded in the UAE economic diversification strategy.
It's important to remember that. I mean, in recent weeks, we've seen high-profile shows by Amr Diab, the Wu-Tang Clan, Christina Aguilera, Shakira at the Off Limits Festival, all postponed. Art Dubai, Arabian travel market have been pushed back. A World Economic Forum conference scheduled in Jeddah next month has been postponed. F1 in Saudi Arabia and Bahrain obviously cancelled as well. From an accounting and finance perspective, when a global tour is left to dangle in the UAE, in the region, what's the immediate velocity of loss for the local ecosystem, from travel to hotels to freelance tech crews to audiences and beyond?
Yeah. Well, if you allow, I would like to stress that what we are currently observing is best understood as a geopolitical shock translated into economic confidence shock, particularly as we said, through the tourism, aviation, and events. But what is important to mention is that this is not a reflection of weakness within the economy itself in UAE or Middle East. So this is externally driven disruption that is obviously affecting mobility, consumer behavior, and short-term decision-making. And short-term is extremely important a point here. So to put it into the scale, into the context, so global estimates are suggesting that travel and tourism activity is currently losing around 600 million per day, which is just to highlight the intensity of this shock, okay? But this is more front-loaded and cyclical rather than structural, and this is really important. Now, as I said, short-term, and as you very well recognize, is maybe the key point here. And yes, this is a short-term shock still, and in the short term, the impact is immediate, and that is concentrated actually, and particularly in the sectors that depend on timing and that depend on volume. So what we are seeing in a short term is, first of all, the softer hotel occupancy during expected peak periods, airline disruptions, capacity adjustments in the airlines, reduced activity across retail, reduced activity across hospitality in general. So there are some data that are suggesting that there were over 80,000 travel bookings cancelled in Dubai within just first week of the heightened tensions, and regional tourism could decline by 10 to 25% in 2026. But this depends definitely how long the uncertainty persists. So from economic point of view, this is temporal demand shock. So as you stress, mentioning all these events, majority of them are not cancelled, they are postponed. So they are not temporarily lost. However, this is more on the macroeconomic and the economy perspective, overall country. But we shouldn't forget that there are, at a firm level, these are more acute. So businesses like SMEs, entrepreneurs, they are facing with the cash flow pressures and operational shocks. So expected revenues are postponed while costs remain fixed. And this is the point from accountancy, from financial point of view. You have fixed costs, which are quite big especially in hospitality and service sector. And they persist, right? No matter if there is activity, if there is revenue, so these costs still have to be covered, and that's why the shock is big. So this operational efficiency, the deal with liquidity, is quite acute for the SMEs and entrepreneurs, and then longer the period of this shock is, then the more bigger the effects and negative effects are. So yes, this is still a short term. impact. So let's hope it will stay like that.
It's a very tough time, particularly for the smaller event management firms that rely, and the hospitality firms that rely on the Q1, Q2 peak season. Dr. Elena, which industries tend to feel the impact of the tensions that we're experiencing now first, and which recover the fastest?
Yeah, so there is actually this transmission of the shock actually is following very clear economic pattern. So the first sectors that are affected are those that are very much dependent on the advanced bookings and the fixed scheduling. So primarily airlines, hotels, event organizers. Then the second layer, the second round of impact is felt in the sectors that rely on a footfall, so like restaurants, retail, local transport. So from financial perspective, this intensity of impact is amplified by the operating leverage. And I'm again stressing here operating leverage, again, fixed cost, which can even exceed 60% of the total cost in hospitality, actually mean that even the small drop in demand actually can significantly affect profitability. Now, in terms of the recovery, aviation and hospitality actually tend to rebound quite fast due to dynamic pricing that is specific for them, and actually flexibility when it comes to the capacity. Then this is followed by retail and food services, where spending actually is typically deferred rather than completely eliminated.
The UAE has navigated disruptions before. Expo 2020 had to be delayed for a full year, unexpectedly, because of COVID, of course. And that turned out to be, I think it would be fair to say, a pretty huge success. What is it here in the UAE that adds up to such a strong recovery model?
Yeah, this is actually where especially all of us who are living and working in UAE for many years, we witness that really very strong recovery model and resilience in UAE. And probably this is where I would say optimism is coming, that we are all waiting for a moment that this situation ends, and then we really expect a fast recovery. And this UAE resilience actually is not something that is ad hoc or that is happening from moment to moment and responding to different situations. This is really structural rather than situational. You mentioned already several occasions when we really witnessed how quickly and how successfully UAE recovered. And where this structural resilience lay in is first, it has already invested heavily in a world-class infrastructure, and we shouldn't forget that. So airports in UAE, airlines, venues, hospitality, this is all allowing for very rapid reactivation without any additional capital investment. This is extremely important. Then UAE is positioned as a global connectivity hub. And this is still enabling a quick return of international flows once the conditions stabilize. And of course, very important, and this is really specific of the UAE, is that institutions, so institutionally, there is a strong agility. So UAE demonstrating during previous disruptions like crisis in 2008, COVID especially, where there is this coordinated response, and this coordinated response is actually helping the activities restore much quickly and more successfully. UAE, at the moment, though there is a disruption in extremely, really stressful events and really critical economic the disruption that is happening, but we are still seeing ongoing investment activity in the UAE. And this is signaling that investors are very clearly distinguishing short-term geopolitical risk and long-term economic fundamentals. So there is still confidence in a later, and all these events that are postponed rather than cancelled are a good indicator.
There's an element, isn't there, that if you postpone something rather than cancel it, you preserve value.
Exactly, and this is actually critical distinction. from economic point of view and from financial point of view and perspective, postponement actually preserves demand curve, while on another side, cancellation will destroy it. So we still have economic value preserved. Actually, in many cases, some data are suggesting that between 17 to 90% of ticket demand is retained when events are rescheduled, meaning that revenue is not lost, it is just shifted across the time. Of course, this is not easy, and a key point here, I mentioned previously, key variable here is duration. So if uncertainty persists, then postponements may eventually convert into the cancellation. And then, of course, we can see more permanent economic effect, absolutely.
How about in terms of pent-up demand? Something I think we saw after 2020, it's reasonable to say, there was a massive surge in what was almost like revenge spending on entertainment, kind of. Could we be looking at a rebound effect for, I don't know, late 2026? If these shows that we've mentioned, some of these shows, are rescheduled for Q4, do we see a double-digit spike in GDP contribution then, maybe?
Yeah, I strongly believe in that, and that what I'm saying just now is based on the previous experience. And yes, actually, this is very important dynamic. When consumers delay travel or even participation, they typically reallocate rather than cancel those activities, and this creates pent-up demand, which can actually lead to compressed recovery phase. Actually, historically, this shown that it can really result in 10 to 20% surge in demand once the conditions stabilize and as postponed consumption actually returns in a concentrated period. So paradoxically, actually, sometimes short-term disruptions can lead to even stronger than expected performance during recovery, and this could really happen here.
I'm so hopeful that happens, I have to say. Dr. Yelena, you're an associate professor of finance. You look at fine print day to day. You understand how to get to the crux of the matter, even if you are looking at the fine print. How might some of this disruption be mitigated, perhaps, by force majeure clauses in, the insurance around, cancelled events?
Yeah, well, I would say that we are already seeing some signs of resilience. I know it's a very tough time, and especially for individuals, for residents, it's really the uncertainty is huge, right? And in finance and economics, there is a big distinction between risk and uncertainty. Risk is something to which we can assign probability, right? So we can create scenarios and say, in this scenario, we can give probability of 20, 30%, and so on. With uncertainty, you can't do that. And the uncertainty is very much linked with the time. So with duration, so longer the duration uncertainty is higher. And this is where, the economics and the finance is struggling then to provide, and any expert is not really keen to provide any estimates. But there are certain signs that we shouldn't disregard, and of resilience within the industry, and this is really important in that regard. So there are certain signs of adoptions already. So we all face that airlines are very successfully and strongly adjusting routes and capacity. So even in a situation of a war, we are seeing that airlines are still operating, that flights are happening. So this is extremely important, and this is not very usual situation. So UAE is reacting very, very well. So airlines are adjusting routes, they are adjusting capacities. Even so, organizers, as I said, they are still rescheduling. Hospitality providers are also adjusting and adapting pricing strategies. So from financial perspective, this actually reflects market flexibility rather than the system stress. So we can say that we are seeing early signals of recovery potential through forward-looking indicators. There are some indicators showing that there are airline bookings and travel trends which tend to recover actually before activity resumes. Now, one thing that is very important that I want to stress here is the infrastructure in UAE is one of the strongest advantages. And this is where my optimism is also coming from. So this country has built capacity to handle tens of millions of visitors annually, with Dubai International Airport alone handling close to 90 million passengers just pre-disruption. So this means that recovery is not constrained by capacity, and this is extremely important. So recovery is actually driven by demand reactivation. And in this situation, once the things are getting back to normal, we can actually see that demand reactivation really rapidly recovering. So in economic terms, this significantly reduces recovery time because the system is already in place and it is operational.
It's interesting, I was going to ask you about infrastructure because unlike many global cities, Dubai, Abu Dhabi own the entire value chain, the airlines, the venues, the hotels. So there's an integrated ownership model, and I wonder if that will help the UAE bounce back even faster than a city that relies on a more fragmented approach with lots more private operators.
Oh, absolutely. I think this is really a critical thing. As I mentioned at the very beginning, UAE had already that infrastructure in terms of really world-class airline, airports, hospitality system, travel. So this is so practically once this ends, we do not expect significant or any capital investment, and this is extremely important from the finance and economic perspective because we can just resume activities very quickly. Now, of course, when it comes to events, tourism, destination generally, right? It's a lot about the trust, and this affects the behavior, tourist behavior, event participants, event organizers, right, who are coming from abroad. So we have to. So that trust should be there. The current reaction of the government to the attacks, responses, and success of interception. This is building trust also. Having that infrastructure already and capacities and ability, as I said, to be agile, to fast react and be flexible, to have this coordinated institutional agility. This is extremely important, and this is where the trust is that the recovery can be quite fast. I mentioned the event organizers who are coming outside of the country, and so maybe sometimes us who are within the country, right? We sometimes maybe do not have the whole picture, but actually when we look the reactions and behaviors of those who are coming outside, like suppliers, event organizers in this particular situation, global event organizers are stakeholders who are highly responsive to stability and demand conditions. So this is where trust is playing a big role. So they prioritize destinations that offer reliable infrastructure, that have a strong audience demand, and that have operational certainty. activities is to resume in a couple of weeks, not more than, let's say, 1 or 2 months, then we can see the recovery maybe that can be within some 1 to 2 quarters based on the previous disruption patterns. But again, as I really want to stress here that the critical variable here is really not infrastructure, it's not capacity to recover, it is really the speed at which perceived risk declines and confidence returns. So trust, confidence, and how the risk is perceived is definitely something that will influence the recovery.
It makes a lot of sense. It really does. Lessons from the COVID era are being learned, and we are applying them, of course. Dr. Yelena Yanusovic is Associate Professor, Edinburgh Business School, Heriot-Watt University, based here in Dubai. Dr. Yelena, pleasure to have you back on. Thank you for joining us again.
Thank you for having me, and have a lovely day ahead. And take care, stay safe.
Thank you very much for joining us. Dr. Yelena Yanusovic here on Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
Good morning, it's 11 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. The UAE is set for unsettled weather conditions through weekend with dust, rough seas and a chance of light rain, according to the National Center of Meteorology. Today, conditions are expected to be partly cloudy to cloudy at times, with a slight drop in temperatures, particularly in western areas. From Thursday into Friday, weather will remain fair to partly cloudy, with humid conditions at night and early morning. The UAE has reaffirmed its commitment to food security and stable markets. The Minister of Economy, Abdullah bin Tuqal Mari, visited a major food manufacturing company in Abu Dhabi to review supply chains and stock levels. He said the UAE has strong infrastructure and flexible supply systems. These help ensure a steady supply of food across local markets. The visit also aimed to strengthen cooperation between the public and private sectors. Officials say national food companies play a key role in supporting production stability and economic diversification. Dubai is investing in its future workforce through a major student scholarship initiative. The Knowledge and Human Development Authority in Dubai has opened applications for the Dubai Distinguished Students Program for the year 2026 and 27. Over 300 scholarships are available, covering 50% of tuition fees at schools rated good or above. WAM reports the program targets high-achieving Emirati students. Abdullah Mohammed Al-Awar, the CEO of the Knowledge Fund establishment, said investing in top Emirati talent supports Dubai's vision for sustainable development and global competitiveness. Dubai gold prices rose today, continuing a short-term rebound after a sharp fall in March. Reports say 24-karat gold reached about 567 dirhams per gram, up from 563 dirhams yesterday. 22-karat gold rose to around 525 dirhams, up from 522 dirhams. Gold prices have dropped nearly 12% last month, which is the biggest drop in a month since October 2008. Traders say the decline has reset the market, with buyers returning gradually. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio. Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
On the morning drive, we're talking about oil and gas a great deal at the moment, but there is another liquid and powder moving through our oceans that's just as vital for us all, and that is fertilizer. Now, tensions around the Strait of Hormuz and the growing threat to fertilizer supply are raising fresh concerns for global food markets. Disruptions to transport routes and key agricultural inputs could put pressure on crop production, productivity, and ultimately food prices. And the United Nations is warning that these are building in terms of the risks with potential impact for both developing economies and major exporters. Joining us, Frida Youssef is the chief of the transport section at UN Trade and Development, UNCTAD, and is here to unpack what this means for global trade, food security, and how the UN as well is responding. Frida, you're very welcome. It's good of you to join us today.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me.
First of all, this is a situation affecting nearly a third of the world's traded fertilizer supply. Could you put into perspective just how serious the situation is at the Strait of Hormuz and the implications for fertilizer supply, first of all?
So when you have one of the most critical choke points for energy supply and all related commodities such as fertilizer coming to a halt, close to a halt, it has a serious impact. The disruption that we are witnessing across the Hormuz Strait is starting to having an impact on not only the energy but also fertilizers, and which in turn will have repercussion on food production and food supply. And why so? Like you rightly said, 1/3 of the global fertilizer seaborne trade is carried through the Hormuz. So any disruption at this level would have, again, repercussion, like I said, on the food supply. And what we have been witnessing over the past, since the start of the crisis, a sharp drop in transit through the Hormuz from, an average of about 130 transit per day. That was during the period of 1st to 27th February. We're seeing now around maybe a single digit, like maybe 6 to 7 vessel per day. And this has, like I said, serious repercussion on the supply of fertilizers, as well as on gas and oil, and gas being an important material input to also produce fertilizer.
Frida, how quickly could this start affecting agricultural production and yields?
Yes, so what we're seeing now is really the impact is really happening at the price of fertilizer. We've seen an increase of 20%, for example, 20 to 30% in the price of urea. So what does it mean? This means that the farmers are being impacted with this increase in cost of fertilizer, as well as availability of fertilizers. And this decision, this issue will impact their decision in terms of plantation. And this is now the season for planting, more specifically in the northern hemisphere part. So when you have a decision taken today in terms of how much you're going to be able to use in terms of fertilizers, or whether you would decide to switch to crops that are less intensive or less reliable on fertilizer, this will have an impact on the production in the coming months when the crops will start to be harvested. So the immediate impact is an impact on price and availability of fertilizer, which in turn will have an impact on the decision for harvesting, but the production will we'll see it in the coming months with the harvest of crops.
What does it mean for global food prices in the near term?
In terms of food prices in the near term, where we're already witnessing an increase in inflationary price, prices are going up, and this will lead to increase in inflation, not necessarily in shortage, but really inflationary risk, and this will would have repercussion again on the food production, food supply, and consumer price ultimately.
Which regions are most exposed to the risks that we're seeing right now?
Now, in terms of regions, for example, I would say Asia is one of the most region that is being affected because of their reliance on energy supply from the Gulf. Almost 85% of their supply, is Asia, as well as the fertilizers import. Now, you have also countries that are highly also dependent on fertilizer imports, specifically from the region. We have, for example, Sudan, Australia, Tanzania, Kenya, Mozambique. All these countries are really heavily reliant on the fertilizer import from the Gulf, and some countries have limited capacity to diversify, or also to rely on increased fertilizer production at the national level. Africa also would be one of the region that would be affected because of the large agriculture sector.
How are shipping and logistical challenges compounding the problem?
Logistic and shipping, they're key component of supply chain, and the sector is being disrupted first by, of course, the fuel price, as we have seen. Energy price have increased, and the fuel price, bunker fuel price for vessels has been increasing, more than doubling. So this is already an increase in the operational cost of shipping. You have also war premium that have witnessed surge in cost. We've seen it going quadrupling and even going by tenfold. So this is really has an important impact on the cost of shipping as well as on the availability of shipping. The vessels are not also available, and this is creating an increase in freight rates. So you have an increase in freight rates, you have an increase in operational costs with fuel and insurance or premium, as well as the impact on, for example, when the shipping is trying to reroute to longer routes like the Cape of Good Hope, or trying to use other transshipment ports. This is also creating delays in the delivery. This could create also more congestion at the port level, and the repercussion would be reflected from on the cost ultimately of trade, as well as on the delivery time, the increased in unpredictability and reliability of delivery.
Can I ask you, are we looking at a short-term shock, or is there a longer, more structural risk?
What we're seeing is basically both the short-term shock. We're seeing it with the price and availability of ships, of goods, and we're here if we're talking about fertilizer in particular, and also, what we're seeing is this increase in disruption, like we've been witnessing over the past years, whether with the Red Sea, the Black Sea, and now the Hormuz, disruption. This is becoming something like long-term structural feature for global trade. See, hence the importance really of building the resilience of the sector. And by building the resilience of the sector, it means diversifying resources by investing in more, sustainable transport and logistics system, and shifting to more also sustainable patterns. So the increase in resilience is really becoming key in this regard.
How is UN Trade and Development, UNCTAD, working with countries, working with industry on solutions, Frida?
Well, with UNCTAD, we've been basically monitoring all these developments, all these disruption, collecting data, providing analysis, and what does it mean in terms of impact on the maritime sector, shipping and ports, on corridors, on also impact on trade, the supply chain, and also economies. Another important also aspect of our work is we help to bring together government with partners to really reinforce collaboration and cooperation, and reach coordinated actions and solutions.
Final question. Sorry, go on.
Ensure that maritime transport remain open, remain secure, remain reliable, in line with international law.
I apologise for butting in. The final question for you, well, two questions really, kind of combined. What should businesses across the food supply chain be preparing for now, and what are the key risks to watch for over the coming months?
Right. So for the business industry, what they should be considering is really that uncertainty is here to stay. Volatility is increasing. We've been witnessing this over the past years, and this can lead to higher cost and high prices. Hence, again, here, what is important is really the ability to be able to respond quickly, to have this flexibility to find alternative solution, to have a proper planning, logistics planning. And I go back to the board of resilience, building resilience, and by building resilience is really the ability of the business sector to be able to prepare for these shocks, to be better prepared to go through this shock, navigate these shocks, and as well as to adapt to the new developments and the new reality. So this is very important when it comes to building resilience, whether from the business side or also from the sector side, as well as in terms, if what you said about the risks here, or what to monitor, basically keep monitoring developments that are happening at the Hormuz with the transit development, and looking at all these different price fluctuations, whether from fuel price or food price, and also the shipping side, the freight rates development, the port congestion, all these elements that are really adding to the compounding to the cost of trade, and at the same time enhancing collaboration and cooperation with the various stakeholders.
Also, as part of the UN coordinated approach and response, UNCTAD is also taking part in the task force that was established by the United Nations Secretary General last week, and which aims at developing and proposing technical mechanisms for facilitating and restoring the flow of fertilizers and related raw material, as well as humanitarian goods through the Strait of Hormuz.
Online from Geneva this morning, Frida Youssef is the chief of the transport section at UN Trade and Development, UNCTAD. Frida, thank you for joining us at Mira Business FM today.
Thank you, Tim.
Good to have you on the program with us. This is Morning Drive. It's Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio. Mira Business FM.
This is the Morning Drive. Just over 4 weeks into the Strait of Hormuz crisis, energy markets still on edge. Oil trading well over $100 a barrel. Shipping risks remain, and insurers are tightening conditions as uncertainty persists. What began as a regional flashpoint is now feeding directly into global recession risk, and supply chains are adjusting in real time. Governments are watching closely. The key question, are markets finding a new normal, or is a bigger shock still building? Lots to discuss. Robin Mills is the CEO of Kamar Energy, joins me on the show. Where to start? I guess the big, broad question to begin with is as good a place to start as any. Where do things stand right now in the oil markets as this crisis continues, Robin?
Well, oil prices jumping again, and this seems to be a consistent pattern. We get them talked down, but then when there's no action over the weekends, then the market opens on Monday, and then they're up. So up about a couple of dollars overnight, and really the expectation now, I think, the transit through the Gulf has hardly changed. Yes, a few kind of politically favoured ships are getting out, but really hardly any increase, and certainly nowhere near pre-war levels. And so the crunch continues to get tighter and tighter.
Well, it does. Somewhere over $100 a barrel, as it seems to be at the moment, for that 159 litres. Just how serious at this point is this for the global economy?
Well, very serious, and getting more serious with every day that the strait remains almost totally closed. So, the tankers the last tankers that left before the outbreak of the war are now arriving at their destinations. They're arriving at the further points. So first of all, of course, Asia, India, and so on, and then now it's time to arrive at in the first few days of April that they will be arriving in Europe and some of the further Asian points. And after that, no more tankers are coming. So then the crunch will really start arriving, and countries there will have to cut back on refining use on petrochemicals when the oil supplies aren't coming. And already a lot of Asian countries have tried to bring in emergency measures. So stopping oil exports, trying to have people drive less, work from home, use less air conditioning, all kind of emergency measures. And that, of course, will have an effect on the economy as well over time.
Which we've seen very dramatically in the Philippines, of course. So a physical shortage of crude, and I guess, a geopolitical risk premium kind of built in as well.
Well, I don't so much call it a risk premium now. It's real, right? I mean, it's not a theoretical thing that supplies will be disrupted. I mean, they absolutely are. So that risk premium that we had pre-war has translated it into reality. But still, the kind of headline oil prices that you will see this, the kind of $115 per barrel for Brent crude as we have now, is still, it's not particularly high by historical standards, and it still doesn't show that the full magnitude of the crisis. If you ask what you would have to pay for a tanker full of oil today, if you wanted to, if you're a refiner, let's say, that's considerably more.
How long can the global economy handle oil above $100?
Well, above $100 is fine. We've been well over $100 before, and the economy has continued okay. I think it's when we get into the territory that we're approaching $150. That's when the emergency lights are really on, and I think we're gradually creeping towards that, and then probably we'll get closer, and the price will rise faster, unless there is some signs of a resolution to the crisis, which we don't seem to be seeing now.
Robin, how close do you think we're moving towards a global recession because of this crisis? The IMF has recently warned of a synchronized slowdown. If energy costs stay at this level through Q2, which of the major economies in Europe, in China, in India, would you expect to tip over into recession first?
Well, we see, let's say Goldman Sachs will tell you there's a 30% chance of a global recession, and that chance is probably increasing. Obviously, even in a global recession, maybe some countries keep growing. But I think, we look at the vulnerable ones. There are certainly some Asian countries, as you mentioned, who are big oil importers and all be hit quite badly. I don't know if that means India. The Indian economy has been doing very well recently. It may see a slowdown, but not an actual recession. But if we speak about recession, obviously the ones that are growing slower anyway are more vulnerable. So Japan, of course, stands out. That's a big energy importer. Some of the European countries, obviously the UK, Germany, they're vulnerable. The US is cushioned a bit as a big oil producer, but the US economy has other weaknesses. So the US economy, maybe for other reasons, but may tip into recession as well.
One of the things that characterizes the current situation is it's simply uncertainty, how long the conflict might last, the approach from the US president. I mean, we see changing announcements, ruminations, if you like, sometimes in the same press conference. What do you make of the uncertainty as this continues?
Well, the uncertainty is huge. As you say, we don't know how long the war will continue. We don't know what the resolution will look like. Is there going to be some kind of a diplomatic deal? Is there still a lot more military action to come? And what kind of this will ultimately end with some kind of negotiated settlement, but in whose favour? So all those things are uncertain. But also the impact of this crisis through all the supply chains and the other industries, and that I think people have been starting to talk about. But still, you don't really know that until you stress test the supply chain. So I'm talking about the way in which oil goes into all kind of other things like plastics, for example. Natural gas, which has been, of course, liquefied natural gas has also been cut off. That affects the power sector. That affects also plastics, fertilizers. Fertilizers go into the food industry. There's a whole bunch of other specialist materials that come out of the Gulf, like helium, which is used in making semiconductor chips. Sulfur, which is used in fertilizers and chemicals. So there's a whole bunch of other industries that will come under strain. And we're only 30 days in. So at the moment, people are still using their stocks. They're still relying on tankers that are maybe just still en route. Give it, another few weeks when the supplies really stop. Then we start seeing which industries are going to be hit worst and which industries maybe have ways through this.
Are we starting to see businesses, consumers, cut back because of, for fear of uncertainty, for fear of the higher prices?
It's hard to say because we're only 30 days in, right? And most of this data, the formal data comes out monthly, and even then, the monthly data that we get now is looking back at February. So hard to say that. So we have to look at more anecdotal and high frequency data. But I think there's clearly signs, yes, that inflation is creeping up, and that'll mean probably more interest rate rises in the US, which will certainly dampen the economy. Flights clearly being affected as well as prices for fuel go up significantly. So there's all these kind of knock-on effects as well.
Is there anything that governments or anything more that governments or producers could do to calm the market?
Well, I think they need to look for individual governments who aren't involved in the war. Their options are limited, of course. But I think avoiding panic measures, but showing that they appreciate the seriousness of the situation, that they have a plan. I think things like sensible measures to ease demand and to make sure that oil goes to essential users, hospitals, schools, emergency services, and so on. That's helpful. Things like subsidies, things like trying to cap prices, restrict exports of fuels, those kind of things are dangerous, and they risk spreading the crisis more widely.
In terms of supply, you've been tracking regional infrastructure for years. How much of the 20 million barrels that usually transit Hormuz can realistically be diverted through the East-West pipeline or the Adcop line to Fujairah? Are we hitting the ceiling of our kind of bypass capacity?
Yes, we are hitting that ceiling, right? So out of the 20 million, as you say, about 1.5, maybe to stretch up to 2 million is the Iranian supplies, which are, of course, are going anywhere. They're not stopping their own ships. The East-West pipeline appears to be getting up to about 5 million per day of exports of crude oil going out. Of course, some of that oil in that pipeline is being used for domestic use in Saudi refineries. And the Adcop pipeline to Fujairah, about 1.7 million barrels per day. Yes, that's also being used about as much as possible, although there have been, of course, been some attacks on Fujairah. So all of those are at maximum. Perhaps you can squeeze a bit more out of them with some technical fixes in the short term, but not a lot more. So really, beyond that, we're reliant on which ships can get out of the Gulf by cutting deals with the Iranians. We've seen Indian vessels, we've seen some Pakistani vessels, maybe the Japanese, Thai ships, all doing deals, but I mean, they're not at anything like normal levels.
We focus on petrol regularly, LNG, of course, but the Gulf is also a hub for nitrogen, for urea, as you've pointed out. How, in your view, is the current situation affecting global food security as we speak today? Or the potential, I guess, I'm aiming at.
Yeah, potential, I think, so far. I mean, look, we're coming into the planting season for the Northern Hemisphere. People would normally be applying fertilizer through April.
Sure.
So fertilizer prices are going up and likely to go up a lot more, as you say. And that is the nitrogen fertilizers, so urea, as you say, but then also the phosphate fertilizers, which require sulfur to make them. The Gulf is a big exporter of sulfur. So both of those fertilizers potentially being hit. And that won't have an immediate impact, but it will have an impact, of course, when people come to harvest the crops in summer and there wasn't enough fertilizer and they didn't grow as much. And then there's all the logistical disruption, fuel prices going up, fuel not being available, so maybe food can't move around as easily as you'd hope. I think the danger there is that we get knock-on impacts where governments, say, put bans on exporting food, and then food importing countries struggle to get the food no matter what price they're willing to pay. And that, of course, affects the lower income countries most, as usual.
Robin, I don't want to ask you to peer into a crystal ball, but I'm interested in your views for a number of different reasons, but in particular for the signs that you look.
Good afternoon. It's 12 p.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. The UAE has reaffirmed its commitment to food security and stable markets. The Minister of Economy, Abdullah bin Tukel Mari, visited a major food manufacturing company in Abu Dhabi to review the supply chains and stock levels. He said the UAE has strong infrastructure and flexibility of the supply system. These helps ensure a steady supply of food across local markets. Dubai is investing in its future workforce through a major student scholarship initiative. The Knowledge and the Human Development Authority in Dubai has opened applications for the Dubai Distinguished Students Program for the 2026 and 27 academic year. Over 300 scholarships are available, covering 50% of tuition fees at schools rated good or above. The program targets high-achieving Emirati students. Abdullah Mohammed Al-Awar, CEO of the Knowledge Fund establishment, said, investing in top Emirati talent supports Dubai's vision for sustainable development and global competitiveness. Dubai gold prices rose today, continuing a short-term rebound after a sharp fall in March. Reports say 24-karat gold reached about 567 dirhams per gram, up from 563 dirhams yesterday. Gold prices had dropped nearly 12% last month, the biggest drop in a month since October 2008. Traders say the decline has reset the market, with buyers returning gradually. India is raising concerns over the safety of undersea internet cables running through the Strait of Hormuz and the Red Sea. Reports indicate that around 60% of the country's internet traffic from Mumbai to Europe relies on these links. Any disruption could slow internet speeds and impact digital services and cloud networks nationwide. While experts say it would be difficult to cut off all cables completely, partial slowdowns are expected. And now, a quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading at $68,944 and for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.51 Indian rupees, 76.02 Pakistani rupees, 33.39 Bangladeshi taka, 16.44 Philippine peso, 14.84 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.86 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM. Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
It's the morning drive. AI-powered scams are becoming harder to detect. They are more convincing, increasingly automated. They target everything from romance all the way to investments, you name it. But how is artificial intelligence fueling a surge in global financial fraud? What does it mean for consumers, for companies, for regulators? How does it impact the likes of us? Baz Faruqi is an investigative journalist with Khaleej Times. He's been tracking the growing threat of AI-driven scams, among other things. But I have to say, it's nice to see you. Nice to see you looking so well and so rested, Baz.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Good to have you back. You shared something fairly personal with Michael, the producer of this show. Over the past few months, you've been reporting on a multi-million-dollar Forex, what's the word, racket. Really, isn't it? Your stories have led to court cases all over the UAE, I gather. that you've been subject to travel bans, all sorts of stuff has happened. But I can see from your eyes, it's a little bit better now, isn't it? Just give us the details.
So what happened was that I think from 2025 end or mid, we uncovered a huge racket which involved multiple dodgy companies who were encouraging people to invest in online trading. So what they do is that they have dodgy licenses from other jurisdictions, set up shop in Dubai, and then they have call centers where people cold call people and encourage them to invest in online trading.
Yeah.
And because the profits are so good on the screen, people are encouraged to invest. And of course, when they lose the money, there is no one to chase because the companies are not even registered here. So we uncovered this racket, and that led to a crackdown, and many of the companies were shut down. But of course, when you do something like this, there are pushbacks. So before I could realize what was happening, I realized that there were like multiple cases against me across various jurisdictions. And of course, it comes with a lot of challenges because, you file a case and defamation case. And some of the cases were so hilarious. Like one case that was filed and which I got a verdict. So all the cases are off. They've been thrown out. I have huge faith in the judiciary system of the country. So because they had no legs, they were thrown out. But they were hilarious. Mazhar Faruqi called me and threatened me. Okay, fine. Where are the call records? This is it. They submit a call record showing they called me. It was like, so you're basically calling me to get threatened.
Right.
But because they hire lawyers, they have a lot of money, they have deep pockets. Now, this company that went after me, so I had a huge sense of satisfaction because just last week it was, the UAE regulator on its website issued a public advisory warning people against the same companies that we expose. So yeah, I feel good about it. And also the fact that their cases were thrown out.
Well, there was a case, thrown out in Dubai last week. You've been acquitted in Sharjah as well.
Yeah. Sharjah
These are similar complaints against you.
Yeah, so what they do is that, filing across, and it's basically harassment. And the funny thing is that before we filed this story, they approached us and said, why do you want to do the story? I said, well, because we have people coming to us and they have lost money. And when residents approach us or write to us with their stories, we have to look into it.
Yeah.
And they had filed cases and all of that. So they had a lawyer, not here, but overseas, so supposedly. So he called me and said, why don't we settle it out? Why don't we resolve the dispute? I said, I don't have any dispute with you. I'm just doing so I want your statement. Because here we have people losing money, someone lose 100,000, someone lose $200,000, and it's a lot of money. And these are hard-earned savings, lifetime saving.
And these are people preying on, very often, older people, aren't
older
they, as
people,
well?
And they have either taken huge loans from the bank, and basically, okay, you need to do your due diligence, but we can't really blame them because the format is so well made. They are forging documents, they are claiming they are from the country, they are regulated, and if you want to actually go and meet them, what they have done, and I really appreciate their evil genius, although I don't want to. So what they've done is that okay, I want to meet you. Please come over. So they have taken up very fancy meeting rooms in top establishments, and when you go there, you'll think that this is their office.
Yeah.
Because you have someone serving coffee, there's a big screen which shows the company's number, someone handing brochures. So you are saying, okay, they're legitimate. But this is just a meeting room. It's just like meeting someone at Starbucks.
Yeah.
So this is how it works. So when this supposed lawyer approached me and I said, well, we have so many victims. Okay, I'll call you next day. Next day he calls me and he has the audacity to tell me that the company has generously agreed to set aside $700,000 and we give it to you, and then you can decide who to give.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And basically it was they couldn't say that this is a bribe. And then you can see whether you want to give it to someone or you decide. I said, we don't do this. We just want your statement. We don't want anything else. We just want, Then they reminded me of the UAE laws. I said, yeah, that's fine. We just want to know whether you are authorized by UAE regulators to collect money. Where is your office? And what about these claims? So I'm glad that the UAE regulatory they flagged them, and now they had to. I mean, they didn't have any shop, but now they have been named and shamed. So which is good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's going to be very difficult going forward.
Yeah, but what is sad is that people who invest money, the likelihood of them getting the money back is very remote, because the money once it's gone into this.
Well, where has the money gone is the question, isn't it? Has anybody got any money back from these?
See, historically, what we have seen is that people who lose money in these dodgy schemes very rarely have they been able to recover money, because the whole apparatus is set in a manner is that what they do is that they have some people who are they just for the namesake they are the company owners, but before the scam uncovers, they whisk them out of the country. So even if you win a case against them in a court, and the court orders that this company has to pay, they don't have any tangible assets. They already cleared their bank accounts. They have an office which is a rented space. So what can you liquidate or So it's very tricky.
Yeah, it's a familiar story, isn't it? You win the judgment, and it's yes, I've beaten them, but there's nothing to get in the end from it apart from the satisfaction, I suppose.
Which is why I'm so glad that not just the police of in Dubai and Abu Dhabi and Ministry of Interior, but as well as regulatory bodies. Every few days, they raise awareness, they issue on their website as well as on Twitter, asking people to be wary. And Dubai police, for that matter, I mean, if you look at the number of messages they share to create awareness, but because Dubai is people come every few days, it's a very so people tend to fall for these scams.
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, you're well known with Dubai police these days, aren't you? This is not the first scam that you followed.
Yeah, I know, especially because of these court cases and all of that.
Yeah, for sure. Well, look, I'm glad it must be a weight off your shoulders, and that's a good thing to see. I wanted to talk to you this morning as well about just really to glean some knowledge from you, your experience of, in particular, AI scams. We've seen quite a few quite sophisticated scams of late. And again, as usual, it's a numbers game. The more people you try to drag money out of, the more chance you have of getting money. In this environment as well, we're all feeling a little bit uncertain, aren't we? It's a very odd time. The rain has increased that, I suppose. So the authorities have been at pains to warn the public to take a little bit of extra care right now. But AI is pervasive. It's everywhere. We're all using it. How is it changing the scale and the sophistication of the scams in your eyes, in your view?
So earlier this month, I think on the 16th of March, Interpol issued a report. It's a very exhaustive report, which says that AI-backed scam have increased multiple fold, and they are 4.5 times more profitable than scams using other.
And 4.5 times more
profitable. Yeah.
Wow.
And what this says very interesting is that now they are so. So what they do is that from the recce to the ransom, they can do everything for you.
Really?
Yeah.
You can automate your scam.
Yeah. So which is scary now. I mean, we were struggling with deep fakes and all of that during COVID. But now, how they have increased is it's really scary. I mean, I have some figures I can share with you. 1 second.
Yeah, please do. I mean, it just strikes me that it's everywhere at the moment.
So this is from what the Interpol said, that AI-enhanced fraud is 4.5 times more profitable than traditional methods, with agentic AI systems capable of autonomously planning and executing entire fraud campaigns, from recce to ransom demands. So you don't have to actually do anything. The AI will do it for you.
So this is as simple as somebody saying to, pick your own AI engine, just saying, look, I want to create a scam, and you prompt it to do it for you. See, I don't respect criminal behaviour. Don't get me wrong here, but I have a certain regard for, a really impressively planned, methodical approach to anything. So I sort of see that. But this strikes me as being really lazy criminality.
Well, what we have seen is that
As
no
clever
matter
as it is.
they are very good. If you look at the UAE, would you know how many cyber crime attempts does the country thwart every single day? Make a guess.
I know it's going to be higher than I could imagine.
200,000
every day.
every single day.
Wow.
So these are, and most of them, unfortunately, are state-sponsored. But this is what the UAE, and I'm so glad that we have the UAE Cybersecurity Council, which is blocking these attacks every single day and keeping residents safe. And these attacks are coming from 14 different countries every single day.
200,000.
Yeah. So if you do it by number of hours or whatever, it's like I don't know how many every few hours.
Well, that's. I've got to go sit and do some maths.
Yeah.
I need a calculator to do that. But that's unbelievable. And that could be as simple as somebody trying to hack watching keystrokes on your phone because there's a bot there and it's trying to get into your bank account, to scams the likes of which I can't really envisage. There's all sorts.
So again, I have some stats in front of me. So there were 12,000 Wi-Fi breaches that accounted for 35% of the number of accounts.
Okay.
And ransomware increased by almost 32%. So 72% of UAE businesses were targeted. It's like 1 out of every 3.
A ransomware is like a program that attaches on your computer, isn't it? Okay. Holds your computer to ransom.
And of course, investment scam were the second most common, with about 40,000. So what happens with investment scam? The number of people who file complaints is very less compared to the actual numbers. But these are actual figures by official data. So 40,000 individuals lost money to investment scams, mostly driven by AI and cyber fraud and all of that, in 2024. Yeah. And what is even more striking is that the number of individual losses of victims in the UAE is higher than the global average. I don't know how much the global average is, but individually it is $80,000 per victim.
As high as that. Okay.
Yeah. It is scary.
Well, my impression of this is that it's a numbers game, and the more people you hit, it's like telephone sales. The more phone calls you make, the more sales you're going to make, and it's a very similar. You can very easily draw a parallel there. But if you're managing to glean $80,000 as an average from a victim, that seems to me a lot higher than perhaps it would be if it was a pure numbers game almost anywhere else in the world. That's a serious issue.
See, the thing is that these numbers are just statistics. They don't tell stories. They don't talk about the heartbreak.
It's
or
not the personal
trauma
side, is it? Yeah.
Or the personal tragedies. Okay, we look at the numbers and say 34%, 35%. But if you look at these individual stories that I see almost every day, it is heartbreaking. People coming to the office and have lost everything. They haven't told their families, these are money set aside for the child's education, money set aside. We spoke to someone, I think about last fortnight. So he has set aside money for his brother's dialysis. I spoke to a woman who was from Russell Khema and she is suffering from cancer. And she was falling short of treatment. And these people encouraged her to invest in online trading. And she thought she can quickly make some money. And now she's lost all of it. So this is it's quite sad, but
it's hard to quantify the human cost, isn't it?
There's no way you can do it. Yeah.
I mean, you write a piece for Khalij Times, and it's very much based on the mechanics of it, and the headline figure, but it's very hard to get across that that human cost, isn't it?
See, even if I write a good story, I describe their emotions, but I don't have the words to portray effectively the the sheer like the shock on their face, or the tears that they have in their eyes, or the fear, the uncertainty that they're facing. People have turned suicidal. They go into depression.
No, it is very difficult. I've been in a situation where I've lost a large amount of money, and it's a very difficult thing to come through.
And the thing you said about the calls. So what is happening with these online forex companies?
Right.
So what they have done is that they have set up call centers not just in the UAE but across the subcontinent, where they are buying data of individuals, and you can buy data of people, and then they have actually seen those sheets that they have. So it says very clearly, if a customer says, "I'm not interested," this is what you have to say. If the customer says, "Call you back," this is what you have, how you have to engage them.
That's the pitch. That's the written pitch, isn't it?
It's a written pitch.
Yeah.
And it is very persuasive. And imagine if you have multiple call centers and each has about 100 people calling, throughout the day, the likelihood of someone falling for it is very high. And what they do is that they encourage you to invest with a small amount of money. And you can say, okay, let's try for $300. What am I going to lose? It's $300 or 1,300 dirhams. So when you put in the money, you will immediately see your money gone from 300 to 500 or 600. So you are very encouraged to invest. So that is how they do. They have a whole software designed to simulate profits on the screen. And because when they're very good at their job, I would say. So right now when they're calling, you know what the pitch they're using? The pitch is the situation in the Middle East. This is uncertain times. Oil is going up, oil is going down. This is the time. Before that, it was Ukraine war. And what they're saying is not wrong, but the intent is wrong.
Well, this is the thing. I called a scam recently. I was doom scrolling on Instagram, and there was a scam, and it was His Excellency Mohammed Alaba, the founder of Imar. It's a deep fake, and he's talking about some investment scheme. And then there's a number, so I thought I'm just going to call. So I called, and I get somebody who, she was being very persuasive. Clearly, there was a written pitch trying to get me to pay, I think it was 900 dirhams, and then I would make so and so much a month, whatever it was. Far too good to be true. She then called me back, and I said, look, I don't want to take part. I'd got fed up with it by this point because it wasn't really making sense. And then she said, well, what can I do? And I said, well, get your manager to call me, thinking nobody would call. A manager, I don't know who it was, calls me. And I said, look, I'm not going to do this because I don't believe this is a real thing. And he was clearly quite a smart guy. He was very polite. And he said, well, thank you. You're missing out on an opportunity, and put the phone down. But they're very, very impressive schemes. And you can see why they look like they're legitimate,
Yeah, especially with deepfake. I mean, as you mentioned, so they are using rulers as well as important individuals.
Yeah.
And because if something is endorsed by them, it gets some kind of legitimacy.
Yeah.
And deepfake is so good, especially with AI and images, like you have seen in the current situation right now. We have seen so many videos which are from some other country. Oh, this is happening in Dubai. And they are so good. Like my mom. So what she was telling me is that, Burj Khalifa has been covered with a cloak to hide it. Really? You can see it right there. So no. And you know what she showed me? It was a work of genius, So, of course, AI and God knows what. So they showed that a big cloak has covered Burj Khalifa to hide it. I said, well, this is not true. But I know where she's coming from. And I mean, they are so good that people fall for it.
Yeah, no, we do. We're really short on time, unfortunately. But just look, you have been reporting on these scams. What would you say, just to sort of warn people? What would your advice be?
See, there are no straight-jacketed approach that I would say. But again, if something looks too good to be, this is the single most and always works.
What are the warning signs people should look out for?
See, guaranteed profit, that's the most important thing.
Yeah.
And of course, you need to physically go and verify their office and see if it's a meeting room or a legitimate office. And most importantly, whether they have the license from ESCA. I mean, you can have a license from DD, which you can, I mean, a grocery shop can also have the same license. But is your license, does it the activity mention that you are authorized to take money? So that's the most important thing. You need to see whether it is regulated by authorities here, not in some Caribbean island or some.
Well, if you have a nice office here, or you seem to have a nice office here, you should have a license here to have that nice office. That's how it works.
But the license should be from
but
the
it should be the
regulatory body.
correct-
A lot of people, what they do is that they get a license from DED, which is the same the way economic department, and they show it. But that is not a license you need to conduct financial.
It doesn't match the activities. Yeah, okay. And you have, I mean, this is important to point out, isn't it? You have the right, if you're dealing with somebody, do you have the right to ask to see a trade
absolutely.
license, don't you?
Absolutely.
And that's quite a difficult thing to ask. And in fact, trade licenses should be displayed in the offices. Yeah.
And those licenses should be from a regulatory body in the country, not in some other country, so that, like, if you lose the money, you have someone to cheers here.
Yeah, for sure. There's a trail. Well, look, it's good to see you. It's good to see that there's a little bit less weight on the shoulders. Of course,
thankfully,
with these scams. But keep up the fight, I guess. Mazhar Faruqi is an investigative journalist, and he writes for Khalij Times here in the UAE. Thanks for coming in, Mazhar.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, the sound of success.
Good afternoon. It's 12 p.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. The UAE has reaffirmed its commitment to food security and stable markets. The Minister of Economy, Abdullah bin Tuq Al Mari, visited a major food manufacturing company in Abu Dhabi to review supply chains and stock levels. He said the UAE has strong infrastructure and flexible supply systems. These help ensure a steady supply of food across the local market. The visit also aimed to strengthen cooperation between the public and private sectors. Officials say national food companies play a key role in supporting production stability and economic diversification. Dubai is investing in its future workforce through a major student scholarship initiative. The Knowledge of Human Development Authority in Dubai has opened applications for Dubai Distinguished Students Program for the year 2026 and 27. Over 300 scholarships are available, covering 50% of tuition fees at schools rated good or above. Emirates News Agency reports the program targets high-achieving Emirati students. Abdallah Mohammed Al Awar, the CEO of Knowledge Fund Establishment, said investing in top Emirati talent supports Dubai's vision for sustainable development and global competitiveness. Applications are now open until April 14th via the KHDA website. U.S. stock futures made gains last night following a powerful rally across Wall Street to wrap up Q1. Market reports say investors reacted to comments from U.S. President Donald Trump as he signaled a possible easing of tensions with Iran. Futures linked to the S&P 500 rose about 0.2%. Nasdaq futures gained around 0.3%, while Dow futures edged up slightly. During the day, all three major indexes recorded their strongest gains in over a month. Oil prices fell as stocks rose. Brent crude dropped about 3% to near $104 a barrel. India is raising concerns over the safety of undersea internet cables running through the Strait of Hormuz and the Red Sea. Reports indicate that around 60% of the country's internet traffic from Mumbai to Europe relies on these links. Any disruption could slow internet speeds and impact digital services and cloud networks nationwide. While experts say it would be difficult to cut off all cables completely, partial slowdowns are expected. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, which is mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
Good afternoon and welcome to Midday Majlis with myself, Sahar Mushtaq, on Mira Business FM, where conversations connect and ideas come alive right at midday. Before we dive in, remember you can catch us live on YouTube, Rumble, Facebook, Telegram, and our podcast is also available on all your favorite platforms. Anytime, anywhere, you can listen to them. And today we're going to be talking about something very interesting. 2026 has been officially designated the Year of the Family in the UAE, a national initiative highlighting the family as the foundation of a strong, resilient, and compassionate society. The initiative focuses on nurturing close bonds, promoting unity, and ensuring the well-being across all family members. So today on Midday Majlis, we're discussing how to balance personal ambitions, career, and family responsibility in today's fast-paced world. And joining us to discuss this with us is an award-winning journalist and author who writes extensively about women, culture, family life, and much more. She is none other than Hafsa Lodi. I'm so happy to have you on the show, Hafsa. Welcome to Midday Majlis on Mira Business FM.
Thank you so much for having me.
Hafsa, strong families are the foundation of resilient communities, and nurturing them is more important than ever right now because a lot of us are going through a lot of uncertainty. And of course, the life is moving at a very fast pace. We don't really have the time that we used to have, right? And with social media being around, we see like even when we're sitting on our dinner table or for lunch, most of our family members are just busy doing something or the other. So Hafsa, in your work, what do you see as the biggest challenges families face today in balancing individual goals with collective family responsibilities?
Definitely. I would say we're often prioritizing ourselves and not giving space to the other members in the family. So husband, kids, siblings, parents. I think that's a big pressing issue. And of course, phones are much to blame. We often find ourselves... there's a scene in my book Turbulence where the protagonist Dunya, her husband, sees his phone as like an additional piece of cutlery on the dinner table. So it's kind of like it's just there. It's always there, face down, face up. You go into the shower, it's there. You're trying to feed your kid, but you're on your phone. If you're not on your phone, you're showing your kid the phone. So I think phones are much to blame for our lack of prioritizing each other.
Right. And so moving on, now parents often feel pulled in multiple directions, while they're working. And again, they're using the phones all the time now. So trying to keep up with work while being there for their children has become a bit of a challenge. So what is the way that they can balance it out?
I think carving out time in the calendar for no phone space, or this is our time to play video games as a family, board games as a family. This is meal time. This is a phone-free time, and then having kind of that boundary set that I will have my phone at this time. I will do my work in this time. But with your kids, I think it's important to give them 100% of you. And this is something I don't excel at, and it's something I'm failing with daily, especially these days. But I'm trying to be a little bit more conscious about that. I think my daughter said something to me a few days ago. What's more important, what I'm saying or what's on your phone? And so that really hit me that, and what was I doing on my phone? I was probably scrolling on Instagram or replying to a very non-urgent WhatsApp. So I think it is important to kind of be conscious of this.
And to prioritize our children and their needs.
Yes.
And I guess be more all ears when they're around, right? And what practical tips can parents use to stay engaged with their children's lives while also managing their own professional and personal goals? Like, for example, you were texting or you were just responding to something that was not really urgent at that point when, your little one was asking for some sort of attention. Yeah. So how is it that, we can create a balance around that?
I think open communication with the child in question is also important. So a few weeks ago, I had to be on my phone. I was replying to something with my publisher. It was some urgent conversation, and my daughter was with me. And I looked at her and I said, I know mama seems stressed right now. I'm sorry. It's because XYZ is happening and I have to deal with this right now. Sorry if I'm in a bad mood. Sorry if I'm snapping. I just have to deal with this. When this is done, I'm all yours. So kind of communicating with them and letting them know that this is the reason that I am busy or distracted, or this is the work I have to do, explaining why you have to work. You know, because mama and baba work, this is how we get money, this is how we pay for your school. So they kind of understand that why we may be distracted sometimes. And then just being really conscious about switching off from work mode, switching on to mom mode or family mode.
You're right about that. You know, having that communication is going to play a key role here. And your kids should have that kind of understanding. And I think from a very young age, parents should start to kind of like teach them these little things about their daily routines. Okay, this time I'm going to be away for a certain time. And not to like, especially if they've been working all their lives, like parents who, you know, been working before they even got married, they've had kids. So I think they should follow such a routine.
Yeah, it also helps kind of normalize, why am I on the laptop? Why do I need quiet right now? I'm a writer, so I need silence to write. So kind of letting them understand that why we're acting the way we're acting, what our job requires of us, and when we'll be there for them.
Right. We've just discussed the young ones, and now moving on, teenagers and young adults often need guidance as well. And as they make choices about their education, career, and personal growth. So how can families support young members in becoming independent while still maintaining a close family bond? And you see now, teenagers as well, they've got so many other priorities. They are also always, a lot of them are like into social media, creating their own content. A lot of them, they run their own YouTube channels. So, you know, they're probably not the same kind of teenagers that they were like a couple of years ago. And with AI being around as well. Yeah. So how is it that we can keep them also connected to the family?
God, that's a very stressful question, because just imagining my daughter becoming a teenager. She's right now 7 going on 17, so she's not too far off. But I mean, I can remember when I was a teenager and family was the last thing on my mind. I just wanted to be on MSN Messenger and BBM and talking to my friends. And I was engrossed in that rudimentary tech compared to these days. So I would say at a teenage age, your parents can only do so much. It really comes from you too. And if you really push the teen, it might have the opposite effect. It might backfire. And so you kind of have to give them that space and portray family life as a kind of safe space and a haven from like the chaos of the rest of their lives, not as some imposing force to, you know, reel them in. So I think framing it in that way might help.
Definitely. And I think also for parents to keep up with the trends is one thing that will help this a lot.
Yeah.
Right.
That will be very difficult, but yes.
Right. And open communication is key to resolving tensions and strengthening family relations. We've already discussed that. So what are some effective ways you think families can maintain healthy communication and support each other in daily life, routine, and so on?
Something I've started recently with my daughter is we have a gratitude journal. So both of us at the end of the day, we take maybe 10 minutes.
You probably encourage her a lot to write since
Yes.
you're an author.
I am, and she's writing her little stories too. They're very creative and imaginative, so nice. I'm proud of that. But so we take 10 minutes to go over what was my favorite thing about today, when did I feel upset about today, and what's something I learned today. And so we each write our own things, and then we kind of compare notes and go over it. And I found that to be very helpful with her. But it doesn't have to be writing. We can vocalize it as well after dinner or in the morning. What are your goals for the day? I think there's been this kind of health and wellness trend of journaling, and there are a lot of positives and benefits to it.
Right. We will come back to this topic, but because you've got me this book to read and somehow you're matching, like your outfit is matching the cover. So please tell us a bit about this. Has it got something about family bonding as well that we should be reading?
Yes, definitely. So this Turbulence is a novel about Dunya Dawood, she was born and raised in London, moved to New York, and then got married and moved to the Middle East, an unnamed city in the Middle East. It could be anywhere. But as she as her marriage goes on, she finds herself sacrificing a lot, making a lot of compromises. Her own career ambitions get pushed to the side. She becomes a mother. She kind of revels in motherhood, but then always feels something's missing. She's not entirely fulfilled.
Her life is totally turbulent.
Exactly.
And that's how the title comes.
Yes, she's going through, she's on a plane to New York actually to give birth to her second child. And she's just kind of ruminating over all of these maybe missteps she took in her life. And it's that mental turbulence that kind of incites the early birth of her child on the plane. So that's the plot of the story.
Very interesting. All right. Well, I must read it. Thank you so much for bringing in a copy. And now moving on, what are some effective ways, talking about women frequently balancing multiple roles? Now, we were talking about the character in your book as well, how she was really, she was feeling the turbulence in her life with everything that changed. She had to relocate, and then the sacrifices came in. So women frequently balance multiple roles, be it at home or work, so which can create additional pressure, right? So what advice would you give to women striving to pursue their ambitions while also nurturing the families?
Yeah, and right now we have more roles than ever. Most of us are teachers right now as well during this distance learning here. I would say compartmentalize. You can be all of these things. You can be a wife, mother, career woman, writer, crafter, reader. You can be all of these things, but maybe compartmentalize. You can't be all of them at once. So knowing your limits, not getting frustrated with yourself. I think that's the first thing, because once we
keeping the balance between work and home.
Exactly. I think that balance is very important. Almost impossible to maintain, but it's possible. We can all do it.
Right. Okay. And now talking about parents foster resilience, confidence, and independence in their children while still guiding them. So what is it that you can advise on this one?
I think that's an important one. And again, with my daughter, that's something we're working more closely to try and achieve with her, that sense of independence, that you don't need your parents for everything, that you can go on and do your work, do your homework, write your sentences, and you'll make mistakes, and that's fine. You don't have to spell everything correctly. It's okay. That's how you learn. So I think giving them that space to go and then come back and review it together, not snapping at them, which is very easy to do during this distance learning time. We're all so preoccupied, and I think we end up snapping at the kids a bit, and that doesn't really do much to motivate them. It kind of brings them down. So that's something that we're very conscious about right now. Just being a positive and uplifting force for them during this time.
And being a role model as well. And moving on, let's talk about the culture and society. You do write a lot about culture as well. So cultural and societal expectations, they often shape family decisions and individual paths. So how can families respect traditions and values while also allowing members to pursue their personal goals?
I think it comes down to the individual, what their goals are, and how passionate they are about them, and being quite vocal and upfront at the start of maybe a marriage or a union of two families about those goals. Yes, I'm excited to get married, but I will pursue my master's. I will be working full-time. I will be a working mother. Things like that, to be kind of upfront and just blunt about what you want can avoid conflict later down the line.
Definitely. And are there any particular practices or habits you found that help families stay connected and balanced?
For us right now, it's playing Mario Kart on Nintendo an hour every day and just having that silly time to just, unwind and race on the screen. I think having these fun board game nights or Scrabble or these, just good old school games can really help loosen everything and just see the fun, especially during times like this. We're hearing things overhead. We're doing this distance learning. There's a lot of uncertainty.
And the distance learning is just getting extended.
Yes.
Yeah.
So as much fun you can bring into the home life, the more easier and the more enjoyable it will be for the children.
Right. Well, you know what? It's really nice talking to you. What is the one key message that you would like to share with families striving to grow together while still nurturing the individual goals?
I would say I'm forgetting the exact wording, but pour your own cup first so then you can nurture others. Like fill your own cup and then you can be the best version of yourself to give to the rest. If you yourself are just not up to it, not feeling well emotionally, mentally, you won't be giving your best self to the rest of the people in your family. But if you work on yourself and make sure you have a positive outlook and you have your sleep and you're healthy, then you can give that best version of yourself to the others.
That's a great thought. And yes, we need to prioritize ourselves first to be able to be great in the society and to give back positively, right? To be a great mom, you have to be content first yourself. You should be healthy, take care of yourself. And then only then, I guess, not just moms, but I guess anyone in the family, right? Thank you so much, Hafsa. That was really amazing talking to you. And we just hope that we can continue to support each other and keep the balance going, keep our bonds strong, and just be there for each other in the family.
Yes. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And to our listeners, your family is your support system. So take care of yourself and take care of them. Help others in your home to prioritize whatever their goals are and prioritize communication, understanding, and well-being. Together, you can navigate all the challenges that are there in life. And that's all for today's Midday Majlis. Thank you for tuning in. Take care of your loved ones. Once again, take care of yourself. And most importantly, stay safe. This is me signing off.
Mira Business FM.